September 2 to 8 is Literacy Week. This year's theme is Literacy Learning Innovations in the New Normal Toward Sustainable Development. Join the celebration with the 2021 National Literacy Conference on September 6 to 7, 2021 via Microsoft Teams. This will also be broadcasted simultaneously on DepEd and LCC's Facebook page. Register now for free. Attendance to the Microsoft team meetings is on a first-come, first-served basis. See you there!
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Day 2 of the 2021 National Literacy Conference. I am Mark Louis Almario, and I will be your host for today's event of the Literacy Coordinating Council. I am excited to welcome our esteemed guest speakers and participants, including those that are with us via DepEd and LCC's Facebook page. Before we start, we have a few reminders to everyone to ensure the efficiency and order of our event today. This virtual meeting is currently being recorded by the LCC Secretariat for documentation purposes. For participants who are in the meeting room, kindly keep your microphones muted when not speaking to avoid unnecessary noise. Please use the raise hand button when you wish to speak and wait for your name to be called before doing so. This is the third icon from the left found at the upper right bar of the screen. Once it is your turn to speak, kindly state your name and represented office for easy recognition. For those who are joining us via Facebook, we encourage you to engage with us through the comment box. One of the moderators will be monitoring the comment section. Please note that questions and comments will be addressed during the open forum, right after all presentations. Certificates of participation will be given to those who will fill out the evaluation form using the link the LCC Secretariat will provide at the end of the activity. Now, let us witness a very significant cultural presentation from one of our partner local government units in terms of universalizing literacy. Please welcome the municipality of Tubungan, province of Iloilo.
Tubungan is located in the southwestern of the province of Iloilo, Region 6. It is a mountaineer's playground and the newest mountain bike destination of Iloilo. The town is rich in culture, beliefs, and traditions that plays a big part of Tubunganans' way of living. Panait is a communal ceremony performed for the general well-being of the people. It is intended to solicit good weather or to thank the spirits for the rain. It is performed in Bobon Kumon, of which Babaylan considered as one of the four pillars of the world. Through the years, in order to preserve Tubunganon's culture, every first day of May the town celebrates its Tubong-Tubong festival. It showcased the Tubunganon's identity and introduced its one town, one product, the coconut. Tubungan derived from this word tubong, which means cooperation or collective effort of helping one another. Thus, Tubong-Tubong Festival is the annual celebration that commemorates the town's independence.
Wow! That was an informative dance presentation from Tubungan, Iloilo. At this moment, may I call on one of the technical working group members of the Literacy Coordinating Council, Ms. Oria Jean A. Abad, to share with us a short recap of yesterday's activity.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Welcome again to the second day of our 2021 National Literacy Conference with our theme, Literacy Learning Innovations in the New Normal Towards Sustainable Development. Well, day one of this conference proved to be an experience as we're poured with a bounty of information, starting off with the warm welcome greetings from none other than our DepEd Secretary, Leonor Magtolis Briones, a literacy and social justice advocate. She especially thanked our speakers and guests and literacy stakeholders, as well as the council members, for gracing this conference. She said that Education, although it has been one of the most affected by the pandemic, our educators brave this challenge and continue to fulfill its mission of delivering quality basic education to every Filipino child. According to her, being illiterate is a crucial education issue. It is like living in darkness, deprived of the opportunity to know what is happening around us. She said that the talks that were to transpire during the day, during yesterday, should make participants realize where our country stands with the rest of our Asian neighbors in relation to literacy, and hopes that after the conference, participants will have accomplished the objective of achieving the country's goal of universalizing literacy. Also, she emphasized the importance of linkages, and so thank our stakeholders for implementing literacy initiatives and called on everyone to continue addressing the education issues, especially the impact of the pandemic, by producing more literacy champions and becoming globally competitive. Lastly, she called on everyone to work together to respond to the changing world brought about by technology, increasing population, and the like. USEC Diosdado San Antonio also welcomed and thanked the LCC members for their support in undertaking the conference. Relating the theme of the literacy conference, he said that every effort is being done to make sure that children and adults are functionally literate. He said that the challenge of the COVID-19 pandemic could be surmounted if bayanihan is at work. And to ensure that innovation will be sustained, there is a need there's a need to support our local government units as well as vice versa, our agencies to rely on these government agencies and non-government organizations, plus other stakeholders with advocacies on making Filipinos responsible in taking active part in facing the challenges of the 21st century. He mentioned about the VUCAD. These are vulnerability, uncertainty, complexity, ambiguousness, and disruption, and diversity. He ended by saying that even if there are constraints, we should not stop in finding ways to make every Filipino become resilient and innovative and thus thrive in this century. Introducing the conference guests and the objectives was Annalise Sabunagua, Director of the Bureau of Local Government and Development of the Department of Interior and Local Government. She delivered the rationale for the virtual conference, which is to provide a venue for sharing experiences in implementing literacy programs and projects for community development. She mentioned the objectives of the conference, which are to present the current literacy situation in the country, share practices in addressing challenges and opportunities in literacy education, and discuss policy recommendations on the achievement of SDG 4. Now, for our keynote speaker, Dr. Ethel Agnes Valenzuela, Director of Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Secretariat, she started by saying that literacy really plays a key role or key roles in the lives of people. It empowers the youth as well as adults, allows them to become responsible citizens, and are given higher chance of finding gainful jobs. So those are the benefits of being literate. But according to her, there is a big challenge because there are around 770 million adults and youth who still lack basic literacy, and 2/3 of these are women. This is a global situation. Literacy surveys are not done in many countries, so there are only a few, around 64 of our members, who are conducting literacy surveys. Zeroing in on the Philippines, she mentioned about the FLEMS 2019 results, which had higher rates, with 94 out of 100 Filipinos having basic literacy and around 73 million Filipinos who are functionally literate, aged 5 years old and above. Although she mentioned that NCR had the highest basic and functional literacy rates, while BARM had the lowest. This poses a challenge. comparing with the world literacy rate, she mentioned that we rank 47, but we still have a long way to go. She mentioned about SDG 4, where we are around 3,039 days to go before 2030. That's the fulfillment supposedly of our SDG goal. In other countries, however, she mentioned that literacy rate has gone up to 99%. But internationally and even locally in the Philippines, we are all doing our plans for equitable learning for all. So there's still a lot of things to do, a lot of reviewing to do, a lot of quality education, gender equality, climate change, and other topics that we should include in our literacies. Okay. Although there are inequities during the pandemic, especially because not all have a good access to connectivity, and then there's that you have to spend for connections, then the lack of materials. There is a need to improve research and innovations in this regard, including digitalization. Okay, these are actually included in the main platform for SDG 2030. Now, she gave recommendations, which are we have to strengthen our virtual and online courses. We have to increase community learning centers, the number of community learning centers. We have to work in research dissemination and outreach. And most importantly, with all our data, there has to be a collaborative and strategic planning and sharing of jobs. So there's a lot to do before we can reach inclusive lifelong learning for all. Okay. During the plenary session, we had 3 topics: the 2019 FLEMS results and literacy. We have 2 topics: the 2019 FLEMS results and the literacy research in the new normal. Wilma Guillen of the PSA highlighted the results of the FLEMS in 2019 and made a comparable study of the results since 1989, and showed that, as what Dr. Valenzuela mentioned, 94% of Filipinos are literate, have basic literacy. These are 5 years old and over. And there's an increasing pattern, with a slight increase only in 2003. So we hope that this does not come back. Okay. In the FLEMS, Dr. Ms. Guillen mentioned that the following are measured: functional literacy and then basic literacy. Okay. For functional literacy, it is actually a significantly higher level of literacy that includes not only reading and writing, which are basic literacies, but also numeracy skills. And they added that they have to know how to comprehend and should have at least completed 2 years of high school. Okay. Next in the talk is about literacy research in the new normal with Jose Ramon Albert. Okay. He first mentioned about literacy rates by region and mentioned that much has been said about the statistics on literacy rates. But he zeroed in on one of his favorite topics, the out-of-school youths. And he first mentioned that the location where learners belong matter a lot. Okay. Why? Because based on studies and based on statistics, literacy rate is lower in those who are not in school, lower in urban areas than in rural areas, and then highest in BARM. And then she mentioned about some regions that had the lowest, and which is Western Visayas, and the highest, which is Northern Mindanao. This in terms of literacy rates. And then she mentioned what are the reasons why children do not go to school, or why do they lack interest in going to school. This lack of interest he associated with more of a parental interest, And then poor academic performance when children would fail in their classes or lag behind in early grades. And then when there is a so-called buddy system to help those who are slow in reading and learning. And then some other reasons for not being school would be they're perceived to be too young to go to school, especially the kindergarten. Then among the high schools, where half of them would have interest, while others, it's because of family income, they could not spend for the schooling of their children, or they have no sufficient funds to send their children to school. He mentioned some other reasons, like safe water access, that could also be a hindrance to have higher functional literacy rate. Another thing is the access to safe sanitation. Based on statistics, functional literacy rate is higher among children aged 10 to 17 with access to safe sanitation than those without. Now, how are we gonna do some? How to do something about this? We should have we should support DepEd's push for inclusive education. That's the recommendation, as the SDG Leave No One Behind agenda would address. Okay. So the disparities between boys and girls in school participation and literacy, including improving school readiness, using different learning teachings for boys and girls, and then the lagging performance in BARM should be addressed. Then the poor outcomes, including basic functional and digital literacy. Okay, going to plenary session 2, we had the main topic is blended and flexible learning with 3 subtopics: learning delivery vis-a-vis the MELCs, ALS 2.0 and the ALS Act, and then test the online program. Dr. Leila Pieriola, Director 4 of the Bureau of Learning Delivery, mentioned about distance learning, which currently is delivered through different modes. One is through online platforms, then another to educational programs on TV and radio, and the printed modules. She mentioned about the availability of learning resources for TV, radio-based instruction, and modules. In modular distance learning, she mentioned about the self-learning modules, and then textbooks, learning activity sheets, and other supplementary learning materials. For online learning, there are the ESLMs, teacher-made videos and slide decks, TV episodes, and then for educational TV, we have the TV video, DepEd TV channel, and then the DepEd YTC channel. For radio-based instruction, we have radio-based lessons, and then radio stations who also assist in the delivery of the lessons. Now, for distance learning, this happens at home, especially during this pandemic. This can be modular or online or a combination of both. So if you can observe, these days, SLMs are being delivered to the learners' respective homes, or parents pick them up, with the assistance of some external stakeholders or parents, or parents themselves who volunteer to deliver the SLMs to the respective houses of learners. Parents are actually given the option to choose which distance learning modality they would think beneficial or applicable to their children. Okay. Now, as they have adopted, as they are adopting the different modules, there's also a need for learners to have some digital devices, internet connectivity, of course, the printed digital SLMs, and then TV set. Above all this, teachers and parents, and even the learners have self-monitoring sheets. These are ways to monitor the progress of the children in their respective lessons. Okay, for the next topic is ALS 2.2 and the ALS Act, which was delivered by Assistant Secretary for ALS, GHS Ambad. As she mentioned about ALS 2.0, which is actually a result of a collaboration of DepEd with stakeholders. And then in 2019, there was a finalization of the enhanced ALS K-12 basic education, which the ALS also adapted. So she mentioned that there are stakeholders, there are questions that are being raised why the ALS is using the K-12 basic education curriculum. Okay. And then she also mentioned the aligning of, she mentioned that the aligning of the curriculum to the alternative learning system with the basic education curriculum is much needed in order for these learners in the ALS not to be left behind. Okay, they're actually introducing a new form of learning strand, which is digital literacy. Okay, in ALS, in their lessons, expanded lessons, youth problems are addressed. They have to teach adults more not to read and write, because teaching them face-to-face is already a challenge, and how much more if it is digital. So access to budget is also a concern. Okay, but the ALS has developed a partnership with Solar Learning, and I think this is doing well with the learners. Okay. Aside from all of this, ALS also conducts the training for implementers, and then connects with the program of priority programs of the administration, such as the anti-illegal drugs campaign and peace process efforts. And then lastly, she mentioned that the recognition of ALS providers' standards of service delivery and system of rewards and incentives are being slowly applied in consultation with the providers. Okay. And then she also mentioned there's the usual assessment and certification for ALS learners. Okay. Last but not the least, in the topic is TESDA online program, which was delivered by David Bugalion, Executive Director of TESDA. Mentioned about the ongoing and upcoming projects and innovations in Tibet, which there's a lot, no? Innovation centers, procurement of learning systems and equipment, and then establishment of learning centers in NCR. Okay, there are actually a lot of programs that we can get, that the learners can get from TESDA. They have an enhanced package, and also they have scholarship programs, which include training for work scholarship programs, special training for employment program, universal access to quality tertiary education, and then the Tulong Trabaho Act. Okay, what a wonder. Okay. So they also seek to support the rapid, inclusive, and sustained economic growth through course offerings in priority industries. Okay. So he mentioned about the conceptual framework of TESDA, the delivery modes, which are either face-to-face, online learning, blended learning, distance learning, or a combination of distance learning and face-to-face. Now, for more of the programs of the TESDA, you can go to the website. Also, for the numerical statistics on TSA, you may go to their websites and check on the numerical figures and other courses being offered by TESDA. So I think that is all for our recap. We had lots of information yesterday. I hope that we will be practicing, and we'll be having our own innovations in our own little ways when we go back to our own stations. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you very much, Ms. Abad, for a thorough discussion of yesterday's activity. Again, good morning, everyone. Yesterday, we had a closer look on the literacy situation and learning deliveries in the country. We talked about the 2019 FLEMS results, as well as the blended and flexible learning during the pandemic. Not only that, we also tackled the new ALS Act and the TESDA online program. For today's plenary session, we will discuss the topic Pandemology. Again, Pandemology. From the words pandemic and pedagogy, which means the method of teaching during the pandemic. I am pleased to welcome the facilitator for this session, the Associate Dean of the Graduate Teacher Education Faculty from the Philippine Normal University, Dr. Heidi B. Makahilig.
Thank you very much and good morning, everyone. It is my pleasure and honor to introduce to you our plenary speakers. Our first plenary speaker is the Professor of English and Chair of the Department of Educational Management and Leadership at Gokongwei Brothers School of Education and Learning Design of the Ateneo de Manila University, Philippines. She is also coordinator for research at the same school. She is a leading figure in English language studies, having published in various internationally recognized publications on topics ranging from English language education, English social linguistics, language and education policy, to language and law studies. She has served and continues to serve in private and government institutions that are concerned with upgrading the state of English language education in the Philippines. Currently, she is the president of the International Association for World Englishes, or IAWE. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Dr. Isabel Pefianco Martin.
Good morning. The title of my presentation is Pandemology, Future-Proofing Teaching and Learning. When I received the invitation letter for this talk and saw that the plenary session was about pandemology, I had to look at the word twice and even read it out aloud. What is this word? I thought to myself. It sounded like a type of bread, pandesal, pandelemon, pandecoco. Of course, later it was clarified that the term puts together pandemic and pedagogy. In literature, we call this portmanteau. In linguistics, we call this blending or coinage. So let me begin this talk by thanking the organizers for introducing this new term to the world. The term, I think, captures quite well the concern of most teachers today, and that is how to ensure effective teaching and learning in the time of pandemic. Pandemology is pedagogy in the time of pandemic. Now, this phrase sounds to me like Gabriel Garcia Marquez's 1985 novel, no, Love in the Time of Cholera. And as suggested in this prize-winning work of literature, the context of love, which is a cholera epidemic, complicates the romantic relationship of two lovers. However, we all know that love is love, whether there is an epidemic or not. Analogously, pedagogy is pedagogy, whether there is a pandemic or none. The pandemic, despite all of the challenges it brings to teaching and learning, does not essentially change pedagogy. What it has done instead is force all of us to reflect on what we have been doing right, and what we have been doing wrong. The pandemic is pushing us to rethink our usual ways of doing things in order to better focus on the essentials. In March last year, shortly after a lockdown was declared in Metro Manila, I realized that the pandemic would drastically change our usual ways of doing things in school. Before the pandemic, my co-teachers and I were already practicing some form of online teaching through Moodle, the university's learning management system. We were already connected to our students through online tools. However, we were not prepared to do everything online. And by everything here, I mean providing input, designing tasks, giving quizzes, marking papers, conducting consultations, monitoring progress, organizing group work, supervising presentations, computing and giving grades. The list is endless. It was so tempting at that time to panic, but I did not want to be like a deer in the headlight, petrified to inaction. So while waiting for our school leaders to react, my co-teachers and I, about 10 of us, searched the internet for readings or courses that would better prepare us for online teaching. We were happy to have found the course E-Learning Ecologies, Innovative Approaches to Teaching and Learning for the Digital Age of Mary Calancis and Bill Cook of the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. And my learnings here is what I wish to share with everyone today. Calancis and Cook proposed the 7 e-learning affordances framework, which is the backbone of the course E-Learning Ecologies. The framework calls for a rejection of traditional approaches to pedagogy that include the following beliefs. First, learning happens in a given timetable within the 4 walls of the classroom. Second, the learner passively receives and consumes knowledge that is made available to the teacher. Third, knowledge is gained through textbooks and similar instructional materials. Fourth, knowledge is demonstrated through successful performance in summative assignments and tests. Fifth, the learner is alone in gaining knowledge as an individual. Sixth, the focus of teaching is for learners to remember facts and apply theories. And 7, curriculum, teaching, and assessment are homogenized and standardized to ensure successful learning. These misbeliefs are challenged by Cook and Calancis, who propose that pedagogy must be reflexive and accepting of the following realities. First, learning happens anywhere, anytime, anyhow. Second, the learner is not only a consumer, but also a producer of knowledge. Third, knowledge is gained through new media texts, multimodal knowledge representations. Fourth, knowledge is demonstrated through assessment tasks that are formative and provide recursive feedback. Fifth, the learner gains knowledge by interacting with people in various social situations. Sixth, the focus of teaching is to develop the metacognitive skills of learners. And 7, curriculum, teaching, and assessment must be differentiated and adaptive to specific learner needs. Now, reflexive pedagogy, as envisioned by Cook and Calancis, is not possible without media technologies and the internet. However, they also remind us that technologies themselves are not the point. It is, in fact, the social affordances of these technologies that matter. These affordances are illustrated in the 7 e-learning affordances framework, which you see here on the screen. The first of these affordances is ubiquitous learning. 21st century realities makes possible learning anytime and anywhere. The classroom is simply a physical space where learners and teachers interact face-to-face. If you remove this physical space, learning will still go on. Through media technologies and the internet, an entire universe of ideas is made available to learners. This is actually what is happening now. Whether we accept the principles of reflexive pedagogy or not, we are already practicing it because the pandemic forced schools to close. The second affordance of 21st century realities is active knowledge making. The universe of ideas now available to everyone allows the learner to consume and produce knowledge. The lines between consumption and production of knowledge have in fact become blurred in 21st century teaching and learning. Knowledge is actually accessible 24/7 at the tip of everyone's fingers. Knowledge that is processed by the learner is also easily shared 24/7. We are simultaneously consuming and producing knowledge. Now, in the 21st century, information comes to us through various means and in various modes. We cannot rely anymore on traditional sources of knowledge such as the printed textbooks and instructional materials. Reflexive pedagogy approaches textbooks as outmoded materials that promote old modes of learning. By the time a textbook is produced, information in that textbook would have changed so radically that the book practically becomes useless. Instead, learning sources must be grounded in media technologies and the internet, which make possible the acquisition of multimodal meaning, which is the third e-learning affordance. Now, in 21st century reflexive pedagogy, feedback may be given instantaneously and repeatedly so that learning goes on uninterrupted. This is the fourth e-learning affordance, known as recursive feedback. Feedback that is given at the end of a learning program, which we call summative feedback, is actually useless feedback. Instead, feedback must always be formative. The goal of feedback is to help learners manage their own learning progress, and this cannot be achieved with summative assessments alone. Now, the fifth affordance, collaborative intelligence, reminds us that learning is a social event. True learning is not gained alone in isolation from others. One's level of intelligence is directly proportional to how much interaction one has with people and ideas. 21st century media technologies make these interactions possible with more ease, frequency, breadth, and depth. 21st century realities are extremely challenging to teaching and learning. Because knowledge is easily accessible, the focus of education should not be on acquiring knowledge, but on processing it. 21st century realities force pedagogical practices to focus on developing critical thinking or thinking about thinking, and not just knowing or remembering. This now is the sixth e-learning affordance, metacognition. Finally, the seventh e-learning affordance is differentiated learning. Because no two learners are alike, pedagogy must be designed to account for diversity. Cope and Calansis tells us that traditional pedagogical practices were quote-unquote grounded in an architecture of sameness. The whole class listening to the teacher lecture in real time, all the students on the same page of the textbook, and tests that are standardized, close quote. Current educational technologies now make differentiated learning possible so that learners can actually work on different tasks at the same time. Applying the 7 e-learning affordances framework, what would teaching and learning look like in more concrete terms? Now let me present some possible scenarios for teaching and learning in the Philippines, and you may want to reflect on these possibilities for your classes. The first one, because learning is ubiquitous and can take place anytime, anywhere, we should consider learning management systems as default classrooms. A learning management system or an LMS need not be expensive. In fact, there are many available to us today that are free. Second scenario, since learners are not just consumers of knowledge, but also producers of knowledge, we should consider designing our courses so that the end point is a project or a task, not a test. Tests are mostly designed to check if students are knowledgeable about some content. Why do we have to do this when knowledge today is literally at our fingertips with smartphones? Projects or tasks, in contrast to tests, measure understanding and the ability to process and apply knowledge. Isn't this the higher value in teaching and learning? Third scenario, knowledge and information in the 21st century come to us in multiple modes. Thus, the internet should really be considered as a default source of information. Everything and anything that has been asked about the world today is discussed in some site or some forum in the internet. I realize at this point that there are nagging questions to these 3 scenarios that I proposed. One question concerns how safe the internet is for our children. It is true that the internet is not always a safe space. As teachers, we cannot guarantee safety, whether in online or offline spaces. What we can do is help our students develop the skills to protect themselves online and offline. Another legitimate concern about the 3 scenarios I propose is access to technology. Let's have a look at this infographic from the FLEMS 2019 study, which was also shared at this conference yesterday. This illustration reports the proportion of households that own ICT devices. And you will find that a large majority of Filipinos own a mobile phone. So these numbers are not yet updated, but I'm quite sure that ownership of smartphones is much higher now. What these facts are telling us is that we should not underestimate the power of the mobile phone, because this device literally puts information at your fingertips. Now, in the past, in my classes, I did not allow my students to bring out their phones. But at some point, I realized that I could actually use their phones in my lessons. In group work, for example, when they are exploring a topic for investigation, Google is their best friend. Today, you can voice activate Google. Today, when my students ask what we traditionally consider to be a stupid question, my response is always Google. Search it. Now, search engines such as Google is always available on smartphones. Going back now to future-proofing teaching and learning, allow me to share 4 more possibilities to consider. In a scenario where the endpoint of a course is a project or task, not a test, teachers and students should meet regularly for coaching sessions, not for lectures. Lectures in the traditional sense aim to transfer information to listeners, and this is why, to many of us, lectures tend to be very boring. In teaching and learning that observes the 7 e-learning affordances, sessions are designed to help students move forward in a project or a task. And this can come in many forms, such as individual or even in group consultations. A 5th scenario for us to consider is to look at collaboration as a default mode of teaching and learning. Now, this idea is not new to us teachers, but in the 21st century education, collaboration also includes negotiation. Collaboration may also lead students to work with resource persons outside the classroom, whether online or offline. So collaboration now has a more expanded meaning for 21st century pedagogy. The 6th scenario I would like us to consider is this. Since 21st century education should not be about acquiring knowledge, but about using and processing knowledge, teaching and learning must target higher order skills. We all know this as HOTS, higher order thinking skills. And you can Google any expanded version of Bloom's taxonomy, and you will find that HOTS also includes skills for the digital age. Finally, 21st century education have tools that makes it easier for us teachers to individually attend to our students. In this scenario, there is personal care for each student, and there are many ways of doing this. In fact, there are many educational technologies available to us today that can assist us in providing personal care for each student. The World Economic Forum in 2018 published a short article about 10 skills needed to survive the rise of automation. We are all aware that we are facing the 4th industrial revolution, which we call the 4IR. This means that automation will soon dominate the workplace. And because of that, we need these 10 skills. What are these 10 skills? First, complex problem solving. Second, critical thinking. Third, creativity. Fourth, people management. Fifth, coordinating with others. Sixth, emotional intelligence. Seventh, judgment and decision making. 8, service orientation. 9, negotiation. And 10th, cognitive flexibility. Now, these are not new skills, but they are the same HOTS that we teachers aim to develop in our students. However, these skills, especially the last one on cognitive flexibility, cannot be developed if we continue to employ traditional pedagogy. The 7 e-learning affordances framework that I share in this presentation challenges teachers like us to rethink old ways of doing things. It forces us to embrace the benefits of 21st century educational technologies. However, we must also be reminded that in the end, these technologies are merely tools for education. In the end, it is still pedagogy, not technology, that truly matters. Let me now close this presentation with a question. After this pandemic, when we are all free to go back to the physical space of the classroom without masks, what do you think would teaching and learning look like? My answer to this question is, after the pandemic, pedagogy should not look like how it did in the 21st century. The pandemic is reminding us very painfully that we are not anymore inhabiting the 20th century. It is now time to shed our 20th century mindsets and embrace the 21st century future of our school children. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Martin. That is a very informative talk that you have given to us. Now, for our second plenary speaker, it is also my honor to introduce to you our international guest who has worked with education in the UK and Hong Kong in the past 35 years. She retired from Hong Kong Baptist University in January 2021. She became a Principal Fellow of the United Kingdom Higher Education Academy in 2018, affirming her contribution to teaching and learning in 2020. She received the University Grants Committee Teaching Award, the most prestigious teaching award for universities in Hong Kong. Currently, she takes on consultancy in interesting education projects and is the editor-in-chief of the Asian Journal of the Scholarship of Teaching and Learning. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Dr. Eva Y.W. Wong.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Dr. Heidi, and thank you. Let me. I just want to say hello, and then I will stop my video and share my screen. So let me just share my screen first, and then I'll stop my video. Okay. Is it? Can you see my screen now? Can anybody see my screen? Can you tell me whether you can see my screen? Okay. Yep. So let me just go here. Please advise me anytime when you cannot see my screen, because once I'm in this mode, I can't see myself. Everything okay? Working for you? Hello? Hello?
Yes, everything can be seen now.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me try my my Tagalog first. Magandang umbaga, sobrang ganda mo nakikita. So good morning, very nice to see you, and please forgive my bad pronunciation, but I do like to say hello in your language with you. I am very honored to be here with you today, and thank you so much, Dr. Hilda, for that kind introduction. And I want to thank the Literacy Coordinating Council, in particular, for inviting me to this prestigious conference. I'm glad that Dr. Martin actually gave her presentation before me, because she actually gave a very good explanation of the word pandemology. Similar to her, I don't know what that is at the beginning. And thanks to your organizer, you actually explained to me what that is. My topic or my presentation, I found it very interesting, because Dr. Martin gave a lot of the scholarly underpinning for the pandemology. And I found that without coordinating with her, I'm actually doing the things that she is saying, as my example will be showing. So it's only a simple example that I would like to share with you. We by no means have all the answers at Hong Kong Baptist University, but it's an experience that I would like to share. So what we are doing at Baptist is changing the challenges into opportunities. So this is a quick outline. And first of all, I'd like to introduce my university to you. Although I retired from it, but immediately I become the consultant again. So I suppose I'm really still tied with the university. I think Baptist is actually this. We have our whole person ethos since our beginning at 1956, and this is our faculties and academies and schools and academies, and this is our vision and mission. Now, interestingly, Baptist, it's because of our religious or Christian higher education background, we are part of the United Board. So within the United Board, we are already have very close collaboration with some Philippines University. In particular, for myself, I collaborate a lot with Silliman University in Dumaguete. So I will actually show you something that we work together later on. And in 2018, we have a strategic plan where the university published a strategic plan with 3 major priorities. Priority 1 is the best student experience, of course, very important. Nurturing graduates who are creative, caring, and ethical leaders who will contribute not just to Hong Kong, but the entire region and the world, actually. And then priority 2, of course, is research excellence, because no good university can really be excellent without good research. And then finally, we actually are very conscious that people are the most important resource. So capacity building is what the university is doing, recruiting talents to join us, with the teachers or students to join the university. Incidentally, I just want to point to this picture. It's actually, this is a view of the Kowloon Peninsula from the highest mountain on Kowloon side in Hong Kong. And this is actually taken by one of our graduates who now actually take this up as his profession. He did not graduate in photography. We don't have photography, but we do nurture them to take up their passion. And now this is his profession. And this picture cost a lot of money. Okay, challenges. I think some people will say that Hong Kong actually was forced into this totally online or total e-learning earlier than most, because our trouble started at the end of 2019 rather than in 2020. So the academic year 2019-20 was particularly bad for us, because at the end of 2019 we have social unrest to the extent that we cannot access our campus. So all of our teachers and students were suddenly thrown into this cases that, okay, it's about 2 or 3 weeks before the end of term, so no exams, so you have to deal with the examination as best you can, or deal with some kind of assessment as best you can. And most importantly, nobody can access the campus, so we have to continue, at least finish the semester. So synchronous and asynchronous online classes continue. So some of us do recording, some of us use a synchronous software, and take-home exam, open book exam. Now, taking that experience, well, what the university did was to say, okay, let's prepare ourselves for the second semester, because we don't know, and we have learned some of the lessons. Let's have an e-learning fortnight in February, about 2 or 3 weeks after the start of the semester, February 2020, so that we won't forget what happened, what we have learned, and we actually get the campus ready again. Of course, that was the plan, okay? But then, of course, when nature decided to upset your plan, it upsets your plan, right? Then COVID-19 hit and the whole world is locked down, not just us in Hong Kong. So what do? Just now I remember Dr. Martin said that they actually do not want to stop teaching and learning, so a group of teachers work together. Now our university, I think it was lucky for us, but our university took the stand very, very quickly. All on-campus face-to-face classes are suspended until further notice. The face-to-face classes are suspended, but teaching and learning continue. So we have to make use of e-learning with synchronous and asynchronous classes according to the timetables and continue teaching and learning for our students. And we have a Penn University standards published before the COVID, and those standards have to be adhered to, which means that you cannot just skip the class, which means that you just cannot just then use the e-learning and just talk for 3 hours. You have to engage the student, different levels. And of course, we also make things more flexible, yet keeping the standards. So because we understand that students may have difficulties, so they can actually apply for not having the normal numerical grades and just for distinctions, satisfactions, etc., so that they don't actually be the GPAs will not be pulled down just because they have a bad semester. In short, e-learning has to be used to continue quality teaching and learning. But then, of course, let's face it, e-learning is never easy. Look at this, very attentive students, but of course, students are much more cleverer than us in using e-learning. This may be an extreme that a student pretending to be very attentive, but actually playing online. But I'm sure all of us has experienced this. Some of your students never turn the video or the camera or the microphones on, so you just keep on talking to yourself to lots of black boxes. Or at the end of 2020, when the situation in Hong Kong was a little bit under better control, some of our students who are already in Hong Kong, or the local students, they returned on campus. But a lot of our students were actually not back in Hong Kong yet, so they continue the classes online. So what we have actually what we call a mixed mode teaching. Some of the students are in front of us, some of them are online. So that actually added another layer of challenges to our teaching and learning. Not to mention that some teachers before the pandemic, they never bothered with e-learning. Not a lot, but still some of them didn't bother. So what do we do? I think the institution responded with improving the infrastructure. I think during the conference yesterday and today, we heard about how some people or some students are struggling because of the infrastructure. I think from that perspective, we are lucky in Hong Kong that our IT infrastructure overall is good, and then the university double up on these things because of the pandemic. And my center at the time, I was still working with the center. We provide a lot of supporting and support and training for teachers, both online as well as on the website, as well as conducting online. As you can see, teachers are different. They turn on the videos and interact much easier to handle. And we also run what we call mixed mode training, so that teachers know what's it like to be in a mixed mode class themselves. Now, interestingly, what we actually found out most helpful in our training is that when the teachers themselves share their experience, the colleagues feel much more comfortable. I still remember one English teacher, she actually mentioned that she was never an e-learning person. I think she actually admitted that she really hated it. But the pandemic forced her into it, and she said, if I can do it, I'm sure all of you can. And that was a lot of encouragement for many people. So I'm really thankful to the teachers themselves for sharing. But of course, engaging, in the end, what we want to do is engaging students in learning, whether it's e-learning or not. Just like Dr. Martin said, the technology is only the tool. In the end, it's the engagement that is important. And I often tell colleagues that we have to rethink what we used before. All these techniques, the 1-minute paper, case study, group discussion, personal response system, question and think, pair, share, we have used this in a face-to-face class. What we need to do is to transfer this into online, so that whether it's synchronous learning, like what we're doing now, face-to-face, or asynchronous, whether you actually keep them onto Moodle and let students do the exercise there, and then you feed back to them, all instill using these kind of engagement. So just to give you some examples on what we do, some examples, we do Zoom a lot. In some Microsoft Meet, we use Zoom, and there are non-verbal feedback. So for those students who do not want to turn on the camera, who do not want to turn on the microphone, well, what we ask them to do is give us some non-verbal feedback, so that we don't have to see your face, we don't have to hear your voice, but give us some feedback. And that worked. If you ask them to type in chat, that works too. So we do that a lot, ask them some questions with different answers to let them answer us. Of course, we actually make substantial use of Kahoot. The nice things about Kahoot is that with a mixed mode class, half of them in front of you, half of them online, you can still use it. You ask the same set of questions and they do the competition. So that is actually a very good tool to actually put the mixed mode class together. We also do think, pair, share online and also in class. Now in Zoom, there is a breakout room. So we actually break out the students into their groups, and they discuss and they come back and report back. Now, what is difficult with a mixed mode class is that half of them online, you can put them into the Zoom room, and then the physical ones with you have to put them think, pair, share physically. So I think in the coming semester, I'll be working with my colleagues to see whether we can do a think, pair, share both virtually and physically to mix the students together. If you have any good techniques, please tell me, please advise. Of course, we continue. I think in my heart, I actually like to teach academic integrity and ethics. And I've been doing this for over 25 years. And I actually was involved in a big project. And before the pandemic, we have developed what we call trails of integrity and ethics with augmented reality. And students using the mobile phone will walk around the campus. So this is how we actually engage our new students in orientation with academic integrity and ethics before the pandemic. Please let me know if you cannot see the screen or hear anything, okay? Okay. So that was the physical trail with augmented reality along the campus, so the student the new student would know the campus as well as the issues. But what happened when our campus are locked down? Well, we turned the thing virtual using Google Earth. So this is the same trail now actually being explored using Google Earth. Okay, so you can see we really have to adopt to the situation. Now this project, oops, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't know what happened. Oops. Can you hear me? Oops.
Yes, we can hear you. However,
But there's some music behind. I don't know where's the music. Oh, okay.
your video, I think, is still playing.
That's right. That's right. Let me close it. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Dr. Wong, may we also request if you can open your camera so that our participants would see you.
Oh, okay. All right.
Thank you.
Let me continue. Let me go back to the thing first. Okay. How do I go back to you? I think probably I have to stop sharing, right? And then I go back. Oops. Okay. Okay. Can you see me now? Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
Then let me start sharing again. Sorry about this. Sorry about the mishap. Always have some issues that are unknown. Okay. Okay, that's good. That's where we stop. So we actually, this is a project that have been going on for a few years, and it's still, and after the funding, the university and all our partners continue on. So as of now, we have actually 12 physical trails. As you can see, apart from our partners having the general trail, we have also developed some business or subjects discipline trails like business ethics, hall tutors, how do you train them, in humanities and sports and recreation. And the 12th one was actually developed by our partners at Silliman University in the Philippines, and they talk about social media. So if you want to contact Dr. Dave Marshall at the Silliman University, you may be able to ask him about his trail and how he developed it. Dave is a good friend. We have been collaborating for over 10 years through the United Board. And as of now, over 10,000 students have actually gone through our Trails of Integrity and Ethics, one of these trails, to learn about ethical issues. Of course, e-learning is hard enough, but we all know that assessment is actually the important thing that drives learning. With the pandemic, with what we know now about e-learning, what we have engaged in e-learning, what we know about assessment, how we motivate student learning, can we stay at still the same way of assessment? I mean, for us, the examination has started, or the imperial exam started in 605 AD, and we are continuing it right before the pandemic. Even when we have a new diploma in secondary school education, we still have big examinations, gathering all the students in exam halls and do this. And at the university, before the pandemic, we continue to do this. Can we really continue to do this now that we've experienced a pandemic, we've experienced the shutdown? Well, I think at HKBU, we emphatically say no. In fact, the university, I think I was one of the ones that actually forced this or championed this, is we deliberately did not buy any proctoring software to change this on face-to-face learning into a face-to-face examination online. Because all you do is use AI and watch the students. Why are we not using the opportunity to change? So instead, we actually want to use technology, but we change our assessment to authentic assessment. So similar to what Dr. Martin was saying, we are not really assessing for learning, asking them to remember facts, but we're assessing for learning and as learning. So basically, we ask our teachers to break down the heavy assignments into parts so that students are learning from them. We actually want them to demonstrate subject knowledge, originality, and academic integrity. So again, they need to, through not to just exam the knowledge, but actually application of the knowledge. So videos, creative artifacts. Of course, reflection is important because we want them to actually learn what is good for themselves, how to assess themselves as adequate. So reflective and everything, also the student need to know what is good and what is not good enough. So rubrics will be useful to help them. And we also want to note the learning process as well as the outcomes. So this is something from Brown Ensemble. They actually published a lot of tips in 2020, and we are adopting a lot of this now as we actually move ourselves into a new paradigm for alternative assessment. So this is what we actually tell our students and our teachers. Times have changed. Please, you have to rethink your assessment. And this Advanced Study Institute is open to all. If you would like to join us, please go to the website and contribute. So let me show you this, another interesting video. I think we actually like videos because it seems to capture their attention.
Have you ever been in such a hurry that everything is so messy when you were late for class? Or being so busy preparing for your in-class exams, online or mixed mode teaching, together with technology-aided assessments, have been gaining much popularity in education for assessing students' performance in recent years. Now, it's 9 o'clock in the morning, and it's time for class. Let's check it out how Steve and Dave are going to attend their classes at HKBU. It seems that Steve is concentrating on his lecture in a classroom setting, but while Dave is focusing on his computer at home. It turns out that the teacher is delivering a lecture in mixed mode. That is, while she is teaching in the classroom, students can also access all the audio-visual teaching contents of the lecture in real time via live stream. So, students can also attend the lectures remotely with their PCs or laptops at home, without having physically present in the classroom.
Please bear in mind that irrespective of the mode you choose to attend classes, you should at all times concentrate in class. Moreover, in addition to your computer, please have your smartphone or tablet ready for use in e-learning activities.
Apart from adopting the online or mixed mode teaching approach, in order to cater for the needs of students who cannot return to campus due to different reasons, our teachers at HKBU also adopt a variety of other technology-supported assessment methods to evaluate students' performance and their learning outcomes. Apart from to end-of-semester exams, students may be requested to submit assignments in the forms of video production, publications, or even to run a blog or prepare a self-reflection report, etc. All of these could be used to assess your performance and be given a considerable weighting to your final course grade. The personal portfolios prepared by students could effectively show their creativity and demonstrate originality of any kind. They could better reflect students' mastery of the subject knowledge as well as their academic integrity. At the same time, you may also be required to complete take-home papers and open book exams. These assessment methods could allow you to go beyond recitation and memory of knowledge. Students could utilize their critical thinking and analytical skills to resolve the problems contained therein within the given time allowance, so as to demonstrate their capabilities in applying the newly acquired knowledge and deepen their learning.
Close that. Okay, so let's recap a little bit. What are we doing in the new normal? Okay, in the end, just as Dr. Martin said, what happened at when we go back to normal? Well, we don't go back to normal. It's the new normal. And we actually look at three things: space and location, the modality of instruction, as well as the diversity of teaching and learning design. In terms of space and location, there is no boundaries anymore, because we can actually, students can work together, learn together virtually, and have internship, remote teaching and learning, cross-cultural learning continues. In terms of the flexibility of teaching and learning modes, we are doing what we call online merge offline, and we can actually teach with our colleagues together, synchronously, asynchronously, with students physically with us or remotely with us. So this is the different ways of teaching now, but the most important thing is engagement. We still have to engage the student in learning. And looking forward, of course, students will be immersed in learning with technologies, because I mentioned augmented reality, there's virtual reality, mixed reality, artificial intelligence. So learning will become personalized. And most important for assessment is the feedback, because we actually can give feedback much faster to students. And with the authentic assessment, we actually can make use of both the formative and summative feedback to actually help the student learn. And with so much data on being captured electronically, we also have to help both teachers and students analyze what it means. So learning analytics to better support students. And I can't go without actually mentioning about integrity and ethics. If we are not doing face-to-face big class exam, how do we change our code of behavior? Can we still tell our students that you cannot bring your laptop into the exam venue? Can we still tell our students you cannot talk to your friends in the exam venue when the exam venue is their own home? Think about it. When they're at home, they're actually having exams or having assessment. Can you tell them not to Google? Can you tell them not to talk to their friends? Well, if not, then we have to think about the code of behavior for these online or these authentic assessments. So with that, I'd like to acknowledge the Center for Holistic Teaching at Hong Kong Baptist University, because we work together all along all these things. I have a list of references which I hope will be useful for you. I'd like to end with this. Our hearts are in student learning, and we know, whether we are from Chinese scholars or Western scholars, that we need to involve students, we need to engage them, and then they will learn. And with that, I'd like to thank you, Salamat, for inviting me here. This is a call for conference online again, e-learning forum Asia 2021. Please join us, or there is still time to submit the proposal if you're interested. The deadline is next week, so if you're interested, please go online. Thank you very much. And with that, let me stop my sharing and come back to the conference.
Thank you very much for helping us understand the massive effect of the pandemic to our teaching forces, Dr. Martin and Dr. Wong. Now, it is time for the open forum. We would like to remind everyone that for those who are in the Microsoft Teams, kindly click the raise hand button if you wish to speak. Please wait for the moderators to acknowledge you before speaking. Once called, we encourage you to turn on as well your video, if possible, and state your name and organization represented. The other participants may also utilize the chat box for comments and questions. For the participants who are tuned in via DepEd's Facebook page, please do not hesitate to engage with us through the comment box. Our moderators will be monitoring it too. We anticipate the possible number of inquiries from our participants, but for the interest of time, we are only given at most 15 minutes for the open forum. May we call on again Dr. Heidi B. Makahilik to facilitate the open forum for us. Ma'am?
Thank you very much, Maku. Thank you very much, Dr. Wong. That is also a very, very informative talk. At this point, I would like to ask if there's anyone who would like to ask some questions to our speakers, Dr. Martin and Dr. Wong. You may raise your hand, and then we will acknowledge you, and you can throw your questions to whomever you wanted to ask that particular question. Okay. So, is there anyone who is interested to ask questions?
I often said to my students, if you have no questions at the end of the session, it means two things. Either I'm so good that everybody understood everything, or I'm so bad that nobody understand a word I said. So please try to show that we are not that bad. So please ask us questions.
That's right. I also say the same to my students. Okay. I think they're just enabling the chat box because apparently there are some issues in the chat box. Okay. So okay. So I think none of our participants here have questions, and I think they have understood very well what pandemology is. Okay, pandemology, which is quite a new word. Okay, and I am really glad that you were able to explain very well this new terminology that we have. Actually, this emerged only during the time of pandemic. Okay. Um, okay, they are experiencing connectivity. Yeah, but they're saying that the presentations were very informative. Okay, so okay, I think yeah, let's just wait for one more. I can see some individuals
Maybe-
typing in.
Ma'am Makahilig, maybe
Yes.
just to add, no, to add, since we see here in this forum.
It is a mountaineer's playground and the newest mountain bike destination of Iloilo. The town is rich in culture, beliefs, and traditions that plays a big part of Tubunganans' way of living. Panait is a communal ceremony performed for the general well-being of the people. It is intended to solicit good weather or to thank the spirits for the rain. It is performed in Bobon Kumon, of which Babaylan considered as one of the four pillars of the world. In observed Tubong was identity introduced its one town one product, the coconut. Tubungan derived from this word tubong, which means cooperation or collective effort of helping one another. Thus, the Tubong Festival is the annual celebration that commemorates the town's independence.
going to design, and then he asked the students to critique each other on the design. So for the entire semester, this was done. They was actually doing the design, learning how to make the design, what to do, record them all on Miro, critique each other. At the end, because it's one of those courses that you cannot really not do anything physical, because how can you ascertain that they can make the statue if there's nothing physical? So at the end, when the pandemic was a little bit better, so he brings small groups back onto campus, 5 in the whole group, and then they make this for extension. But that's the point. You actually have to rethink how you assess them.
Thank you very much, Dr. Martin and Dr. Wong. I think that was the last question, but before I end this particular forum, I would just like to read some of the message of appreciation from our participants, according to Michelle Rosas. Thank you for sharing different ideas and thoughts about the topic. Another learning from the speakers. Okay, and then we also have here who said that thank you very much for the very wonderful and new ideas that were shared to us. Okay, new learning from the brilliant speaker. That's also from Michelle Rosas. Thank you very much again, and good morning, everyone.
Thank you very much. Salamat.
Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you.
You're on mute, Sir Mako.
Yes, well, thank you very much, Dr. Martin, Dr. Wong, and Dr. Makahilig. That was a very fruitful and interesting discussion. To recognize our esteemed guest speakers and facilitator, let us proceed to the awarding of Certificate of Recognition. This certificate is awarded to Dr. Isabel Martin for her meritorious role as resource speaker in the 2021 National Literacy Conference with the theme Literacy Learning Innovations in the New Normal Towards Sustainable Development, held via MS Teams on September 6 to 7, 2021, given this 7th day of September 2021. This certificate of recognition is also awarded to Dr. Eva Y.W. Wong for her meritorious role as resource speaker in the 2021 National Literacy Conference. We also like to award the certificate of recognition to Dr. Heidi B. Makahilig for her meritorious role as facilitator during the plenary session 3, signed by Diosdado M. San Antonio, Undersecretary for Curriculum and Instruction, and Chairperson, Literacy Coordinating Council. Congratulations, Dr. Martin, Dr. Wong, and Dr. Makahilig. We are now approaching the last topic for this conference. But before that, let us witness another cultural presentation from Cuyo, Palawan. Well, that was a very entertaining presentation, and that awakened our cultural spirit, and that is from our partner LGU, Kuya Palawan. I've been there to Kuyo, and it was really an amazing experience. Now, let us welcome the Division Chief of the Bureau of Local Government Development of the Department of the Interior and Local Government, Mr. Saldi I. Masangkay, to introduce to us our guest speaker, who will discuss the topic of basic education policy recommendations in the new normal. Sir?
Okay, thank you very much. Narinig ba ako? It seems training. Okay, thank you very much and good morning to everyone. Let me introduce to you our guest speaker for this session. A holder of master's degree in public administration and in business administration, Mr. Nemesio O. Malatamban III has served in the House of Representatives Secretariat since 1987. He currently holds the position of Supervising Legislative Staff Officer 2 in the Committee on Basic Education and Culture, which has jurisdiction over all legislative matters directly relating to basic education, teachers, and students' welfare, the national language, and the preservation and enrichment of Filipino arts and culture. Mr. Malatamban once served as member of the Board of Judges during the 2018 National Literacy Awards, specifically with the Outstanding Literacy Program category. He currently serves as the alternate representative of the Chairperson Committee on Basic Education and Culture as member of the Literacy Coordinating Council. Mr. Malatamban is a native of Southern Leyte. Ladies and gentlemen, let's all welcome Mr. Nemesio O. Malatamban III.
Maraming salamat, Sir Saldi. Me, nadinig ko. Narinig ba?
Yes po, sir.
Or may technical problem pa?
Naririnig na po kayo,
Yes.
sir.
Okay, so clear na ang boses ko. Okay, so dumaan na yung bagyo siguro, nag-signal number 3, no? Kaya nagkaroon ng technical problem. Okay, thanks to Jolina. Sana umalis na. So, I am going to share today the House of Representatives basic education policy recommendations in the new normal. Okay. So, can you proceed to the next slide, please? So, it's the legislative power, as mandated by the Constitution to be vested in the House of Representatives and the Senate, or the Congress of the Philippines, the composition of the Senate and the House. So, when we say legislative power, it's actually the power of the Senate and the House of Representatives to enact or make laws, and also the power to repeal laws. Some refer to the Senate as the upper chamber, while the House of Representatives is also referred by some as the lower chamber, perhaps due to the manner in which they are elected, because the Senate is elected at the national level, while the House of Representatives at the local level. Others also call them, let's say, the smaller house for the Senate and a bigger house for the House of Representatives. So this is in reference to their composition, because the Senate only has 24 members or 24 senators, whereas the House of Representatives has more or less 300 members that we call the representatives. Okay, so can we go to the next slide, please? So let us now know which document is crucial in the performance of the legislator's function. So according to the Constitution, it's the bill. It's only the bill that will eventually become a law. So what is this bill we are referring to? So a bill is a piece of legislative proposal introduced by a member of Congress, is discussed, debated, and voted in the legislature. A bill does not become a law until it is passed by the Congress and in most cases approved by the President. Once a bill has been enacted into law, it is now called an act of Congress or a statute, and those form part of the law of the land. So a bill is really important in making laws. Ito yung parang lifeblood ng mga legislators. So next slide, please. Okay, I am currently assigned in the Secretariat of the House of Representatives Committee on Basic Education and Culture, which has jurisdiction over all matters directly and principally relating to kindergarten, elementary and secondary education, science high schools, except the Philippines Science High School system, because it is under the Committee on Science and Technology. So we also have jurisdiction over the teachers and students' welfare, the alternative learning systems or the ALS, special education and community adult education, and also on cultural concerns. We have also jurisdiction on the national language, libraries and museums, and preservation and enrichment of Filipino arts and culture. So next slide, please. Okay, before I priority for the new normal, let me just go through significant laws that our committee was able to deliver during this Congress, this 18th Congress. So when we say 18th Congress, it's actually a term of the elected lawmakers for 3 years, and this 18th Congress starts from July 2019 and will end on June 30, 2022. So parang pandemic period, most of the time spent for this 18th Congress, nagkaroon tayo ng pandemic. So may I go to the first Republic Act? Next slide. Okay, first we were able to deliver the Republic Act 11470 or the National Academy of Sports System Act, which was enacted on June 9, 2020. It is actually a joint committee joint committee efforts with the Committee on Youth and Sports Development. And for information, the law envisions the National Academy of Sports, or the NAS system, to be a premier training institution for the development of athletic skills and talents of students in world-class sports facilities at par with international standards for young Filipino athletes, and a breeding ground of future world-class sports heroes in the country. So ito yung mga salient features niya. Among others, it offers a secondary education on scholarship basis. So scholars lahat ng estudyante rito, secondary for junior and senior high schools, with a curriculum that is designed to provide a holistic quality education while delivering special training requirements of student athletes. It covers admission to qualified natural-born Filipino citizens with considerable potential in sports. So as young as they are, mag-umpisa na silang for training as papunta sa national athletes through the NAS System Act. So the law provides, pakibalik lang po. The law provides also that the main campus of the system shall be situated in the new Clark City Sports Complex in Capas, Tarlac, which is currently equipped with the necessary sports facilities and housing and other amenities that we used during the 2019 Southeast Asian Games. Okay. So it is governed by a board of trustees chaired by the DepEd Secretary. So for the next slide, let me also inform you about the GMRC and Values Education Act. So the law provides for the following salient provisions. GMRC shall be taught from grades 1 to 6 as a separate subject, 1 hour yata per day, with the same time allotment as the other core subjects, and shall be integrated in the daily learning activities for kindergarten level. So the values education also shall be taught from grades 7 to 10 as a separate subject with the same time allotment as the other core subjects. Values education shall be further integrated in the teaching of the subjects in grades 11 and 12 under the K-12 basic education curriculum. So it's up for the DepEd to provide for the implementing roles and to define the differences in the curriculum between the GMRC and values education. So can we go to the next slide, please? This is an urgent measure that was suddenly enacted during the pandemic last year because of the delay in our educational and the opening of classes for school years 2020-2021. So this law intends to meet the urgent and reasonable need to protect the health, safety, and overall well-being of students and teachers. So its key provisions are the following. It empowers the President, upon the recommendation of the Secretary of Education, to set a different date for the start of the school year in the event of a declaration of a state of emergency or state of calamity. So it mandates that the deferment by the President of the start of the school year during the state of emergency or calamity shall apply to all basic education schools, including foreign or international. But in reality, wala tayong batas yata for higher and technical education. So follow na lang siguro sila dito sa batas na to, Revised School Calendar Act, because the original law actually was enacted during the time when DepEd still had the jurisdiction, not just with basic but also for higher and technical educations. So minamadali, so itong kinalalabasan. The important thing is the President was able to reset the date during the time of emergency. So for the next law, please, apat lang naman siya, alternative learning system. This was enacted December 23, 2020. So it seeks to address the basic education barriers and challenges encountered by out-of-school children with special needs and adults in disadvantaged situations. And siguro, including those who cannot afford formal education for reasons of economic, geographical, political, cultural, or social barriers and other limiting circumstances. So these are the key provisions of the law. So it merely institutionalizes the ALS. Kasi meron na tayo, we already have a program in the DepEd on ALS. So we just have to make it an institution to make it a permanent policy, even after the change of siguro for the new secretaries, for future secretaries of education. So it expands the ALS, and then it covers as beneficiaries out-of-school children with special needs and adults, including those for reasons of economic, geographical, political, cultural, or social barriers, and those in dire circumstances such as learners with disabilities or conditions, indigenous peoples, children in conflict with the law, and learners in emergency situations. So all of this, define naman doon sa IRR, so it's up for the DepEd. So it also mandates the DepEd or even the LGUs or both to provide at least one community learning center in every city and municipality. But this is not enough, so to augment the number of existing ALS community learning centers and those provided under this law, the facilities of all DepEd schools throughout the country are also utilized as learning centers during no-class days and after regular class hours during class days. Free of charge naman ito, walang bayad. Bawal maningil kasi may penal provision nata. So next slide please. Okay, so our other priorities under the new normal for this Congress, we have too many bills that are lined up for this Congress, because I think for the information of everyone, our committee, Basic Education and Culture, has the most referrals by any committee in every Congress. So it's always the Committee on Basic Education and Culture na maraming proposals. We have, I listed here, Debating Filipino para sa Kalusugan Act, Public Emergency Blended and Flexible Learning Act, the Last Mile Schools Act, the Philippine High School for the Creative Arts System Act, the Public Schools of the Future and Technology Act, Teacher Education Act, Basic Education, Mental Health and Wellbeing Promotion Act. This is crucial during this time. And instituting services for learners with disabilities in support of Inclusive Education Act. So let's go to the first priority. So here's the Bating Filipino para sa Kalusugan Act. It was approved already by the House and transmitted to the Senate for their action. And it instilled health consciousness through the promotion of better alternative to the traditional gesture of handshake and thus protect the health and well-being of the Filipino people. So here are the salient provisions. So the bill, if enacted into law, promotes a new and safe gesture of respect, goodwill, and praise to be observed and performed through the simple act of gracefully laying the palm of the right hand over the center of one's chest while simultaneously lowering the head with eyes either closed or cast down. So ganun lang ang bati niya para parang walang contact, no contact from anybody. So it covers Filipino citizens and all other persons na nandito sa bansa natin. Even foreigners are covered if they are in our country. Next slide, please. And then we have this public emergency consists of 3 bills, 6691, 6904, and 7189. The Public Emergency Blended and Flexible Learning Act. So it's actually intended to prevent disruption in the students' and learners' education, provide adequate attention to their learning needs, and ensure continuity of learning when the traditional face-to-face classes are impractical or otherwise difficult. So it is currently implemented during since last year, school year 2020 to 2021 by the DepEd for the blended learning, and I think it's flexible learning for CHED and TISDA. It's like that. So we are just strengthening the current policy, education policy during this pandemic for future pandemic siguro and emergencies. And this is applicable not just for a national emergency, but also for local emergency. So there is a block time for the DepEd, CHED, and TISDA to broadcast TV, radio, and radio-based lectures, instructions, or demonstrations in times of local or national emergencies. There's a mapping system to be established to regularly determine among the students, learners, and teachers or faculties their access to learning tools as information and communication technology devices, connectivity, capability, and geographical location. So we have 3 bills, 307, 3072, and 4978 for the last mile schools act. So actually, there are already established last mile schools by the DepEd, and we are just trying to institutionalize and strengthen the last mile schools program of the DepEd to cater to the basic education of learners throughout the country's geographically isolated and disadvantaged conflict-affected areas. So it mandates the DepEd. Ito yung crucial to collaborate with concerned national government agencies. So this is an interagency concern for the delivery of the infrastructures necessary to ensure access to education in the last mile schools. So for their collaboration with the DPWH, the Department of Public Works and Highways, it's for the construction of access roads leading to the location of last mile schools. Then the Department of Energy and the National Electrification Administration for the installation of electricity, and the Department of Communications and the Department of Information and Communications Technology for the installation of information and communications technology. So it prescribes criteria and indicators to identify a public school that is included among the last mile schools. So what's next? Actually, it's part basic education and it's also part culture. The Philippinized call for the creative arts. Uh, this is a strengthened proposal dun sa may current for dun sa current school natin ng Philippinized School for the Arts, but this includes more fields of studies in the creative arts. That includes special curriculum oriented in the fields of architecture and allied arts, cinema, dance, dramatic arts, literary arts, music, visual arts, design, digital fabrication and new media, along with financial literacy, entrepreneurship skills, and basic knowledge on intellectual property rights. So it also provides for Board of Trustees to be chaired by the DepEd Secretary or a designated Under Secretary of the DepEd, and co-chaired by the chairperson or the executive director of the National Commission for Culture and the Arts. Now let's go to ilang bill ba to? How many bills are this? 19 bills. 19 bills on the Public Schools of the Future and Technology Act. So this is in line with the Fourth Industrial Revolution. But this costs much siguro budgetary allocations. So this is needed to be institutionalized for the integration of digital technology and innovation in public basic education. So it aims to harness technological innovations, processes, and instruments in facilitating teaching and learning processes that would enhance the performance of students and teachers. Okay, for its key provisions, so it creates the Public Schools of the Future in Technology Interagency Task Force, or the PSOFT IATF, chaired by the Secretary of Education, to develop the PSOFT roadmap. So it stipulates the components of the PSOFT roadmap, such as the physical and technological infrastructure, the enhanced digital education program, the digital reforms in public school administration, and the development of online learning portals, among others. So it provides personal computers or other similar learning devices, digital classroom equipment, and internet and hybrid internet connectivity in all public elementary and secondary schools. And then I think we are going to provide also computer gadgets, I think laptop or even iPads to students in certain levels in lieu of the textbooks. So it's actually digital. But the problem is its budgetary allocation. It's very huge during the implementation of this act. So I think there's a transitory provision that was listed here, and it was agreed upon the committee deliberations, during the committee deliberations, to initially establish pilot schools to be located in Metro Manila, somewhere in Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao during the initial years after the approval of this act, to test if the program will actually work. But eventually, this will cover all schools in line with the Fourth Industrial Revolution in education. So I include Teacher Education Act also because of the crucial role of teachers. It actually proposes to repeal Teacher Education Council or the Republic Act 7784 yata yun, to ensure that the necessary level of efficiency and productivity of teachers in delivering quality education that learners deserve is maintained. So it also seeks to ensure coherence and continuity between pre-service and in-service education and guarantee fair and functional professional standards for teachers and school leaders. So the existing law is more than 20 years na yata siya. So it's time to provide for a revised law on teacher education. And for the salient provisions, it designates and develops one or more centers of excellence or also centers of development for teacher education in strategic places in every region in our country. And then it prescribes specific criteria for designating higher education institutions as centers of excellence, including specific functions. It reorganizes the composition of the Teacher Education Council, but still it is chaired by the DepEd Secretary. And it also establishes the student support offices, siguro for the scholarship programs of students who are planning to enroll in teacher education. So actually, this is a joint effort of the Committee on Basic Education and Culture and the Committee on Higher and Technical Education, because this is more of a higher education bill proposal. But the thing is, it is primarily referred to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture because it's the DepEd Secretary that chairs the Teacher Education Council. So for the next one, I think patapos na tayo. Two bills on basic education, mental health, and well-being promotion act. So the bill actually aims to adequately address the mental, emotional, and developmental needs of learners as well as teaching and non-teaching personnel through the hiring and training of mental health professionals to cover all the schools divisions throughout the country. So it also seeks to establish linkages with the community through the promotion of mental health programs and activities geared for the development of learners and support the parents, guardians, and other concerned stakeholders in improving the school behavior and academic success of their children. So for the key provisions, the crucial provision here is the creation of the Mental Health and Well-being Office and by the DepEd in every schools division throughout the country to address the mental, emotional, and developmental needs of learners and also of teachers and other personnel of the DepEd. So it actually hires and deploys mental health professionals. So there are creations of plantilla positions for this purpose. Marami siguro kasi we are creating mental health providers throughout all the schools divisions in the country so that every school division can cater to the mental health and well-being program of all the schools in their jurisdictions, areas of jurisdictions. So for the salaries, I think it is headed by a qualified mental health professional with a position of guidance services specialist 5, salary grade 24. Pwedeng ang head dito, pwedeng doctor or even a guidance counselor or whoever is qualified, a medical doctor. Um, it also provides for sufficient number of mental health professionals with salary grade not lower than 16. 16 is how much is that? More than 30,000. It's about 35,000 basic pay as of now, including guidance associates and psychometricians with entry level of salary grade 11. There's also a provision, I think, in this bill that provides training for teachers who would wish to become a member of this team. And the bill was actually this 2075 and House Bill 2732 are actually providing for guidance counselors positions. But because of the pandemic, nagkaroon tayo ng pandemic bigla, so it was further molded to come up with appropriate measures siguro to help the mental and well-being problems of our students and teachers during this pandemic. Kasi in reality, marami talaga. There are lots of them that needs help. So this is also a priority of the Senate, so I think this will become a law during this Congress, and hopefully will be helpful not just during the times of pandemic but also all seasons siya pwede. And then for the last one, I think it's for the learners with disabilities, and we have 19 bills for learners with disabilities in support of Inclusive Education Act. So I think perhaps early next year or before the end of this Congress, this will be realized into a law, because we are already in the process of the bicameral conference committee. We already have one bicameral conference committee between the Senate panel and the House panel, the members of Congress. On our part, for the Secretariat, we had 10 bicameral conference committees between the Senate counterpart and the House of Representatives Secretariat to make sure that everything will be put into this bill. So here, it is Key provisions. It establishes inclusive education, inclusive learning resource centers in all school districts to provide services to learners with disabilities. At the Senate version provides actually for the creation of ILRCs at the city and municipal level, but the House panel argued that it would be better if it will be provided in all schools districts. For example, in Quezon City, there are 6 school districts yata in Quezon City. So in Quezon City, instead of having only one ILRC, we can have 6 ILRCs if we decide to put it in all per school districts. But according to them, the budgetary consideration is huge, and we have budgetary constraints yata. So the agreement was to first put up the ILRCs in every city or municipality during the first 5 years, and eventually in every schools district pag may pundo na raw. So ganun. And then it establishes the Interagency Coordinating Council for LWDs, chaired by the Secretary of Education. Purpose yata nito is to ensure na we have an interagency body that a consultative coordinating body, interagency coordinating body that ensures that every needs of the LWDs are provided, such as, let's say, for the transportation, the building, whatever it is, access, or the health portion of it, because the DPWH, the DOH, the SWD, and the rest are members of this committee, our council of this council. The DSWD, the DPWH, DOL, the LG, and LGUs. And we have the bill also provides for partnership mechanisms for them, for this. And then creation na naman for human resource complements for the ILRCs. So this is the responsibility of the DepEd. So maraming creations on DepEd, doon pa lang sa mental health, and then dito naman sa LWDs. So I hope everything will be settled between the House and the Senate, and to come up with a compromised version eventually that will become a law that will be beneficial, if not all, but to the majority of all the Filipinos who are in need of these concerns. Before I end, may time pa ba? For the screen sharer, sino ba nag-screen share? Paki-go through lang yung simple distressing habits. 5 or 6 slides lang siya. Make it just 5 seconds. 5 seconds siguro per slide. And then it's all over. So maraming salamat po.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Matalamban, for a comprehensive and insightful presentation.
Okay, going back to me, thank you very much for the very informative presentation, Mr. Malatamban, and our apologies for the technical glitch or static background we experienced a while ago. Now, it is time for the open forum. We would like to remind everyone again that for those who are in the Microsoft Teams, kindly click the raise hand button if you wish to speak. Please wait for the moderators to acknowledge you before speaking. Once called, we encourage you to turn on as well your video, if possible, and state your name and organization represented. The other participants may also utilize the chat box for comments and questions. For the participants who are tuned in via DepEd's Facebook page, please do not hesitate to engage with us through the comment box. Our moderators will be monitoring it too. And again, due to the interest of time, we will be allotting at most 15 minutes for the open forum. May we call on again Sir Saldi I. Masangkay to facilitate the open forum for us, sir?
Okay, thank you, Mako. And again, good morning to everyone. And now is the time for us to clear some of your questions, to raise some of your questions during this 15-minute open forum. So anybody could raise the respective questions or queries to Mr. Matalamban. Okay, anybody raising his or her hand? Is there anybody? So, Mr. Matalamban enumerated to us some of the most important Republic Acts that the Congress enacted. He cited, I think, most 4 important Republic Acts. That is very timely and relevant to our environment and to our time. And also, he mentioned about some of the bills that are also at the Congress, meaning at the lower house and at the upper house. Maybe you have some clarifications on these bills or on these Republic Acts? Ako, could you help me identify some of those participants who are raising their hands?
Actually, sir, we have a question from Ma'am Flora Arellano at the chat box. So her question is, we have good news, good laws, but what's the next in terms of implementation of the laws so that our people know these laws, be part in ensuring its implementation, and people benefit from these laws? Again, we have good laws, but what's the next in terms of implementation of the laws so that our people know these laws and be part in ensuring its implementation and the people will benefit from these laws?
Mr. Matalambad, please.
Yes, thank you, Ma'am Flora, for raising that. Okay, there's actually a division of work here. The Congress of the Philippines, composed of the Senate and the House of Representatives, are tasked to make laws, to make good laws. And then we have the executive department headed by the President through the siguro sa mga line agencies of the government that implements the laws. And then when there is a problem of the law, we have the Supreme Court to interpret the laws. But the most important thing here is that like in the case of public schools, of the Future and Technology Act, the Mental Health and Well-being Promotion Act, the Inclusive Learners with Disabilities and Inclusive Education Act, Philippine High School for the Creative Arts, and the rest, may mga funding provisions. They have funding provisions to ensure that the laws will be implemented. Kasi without funding, I think we have a problem here, and we should ensure that before we pass the law, we refer it first to the Committee on Appropriations for approval of the funding provision. And so the Committee on Appropriations, they have to gather information from the DBM, from the other concerned agencies, on whether or not these are feasible or kaya ba sa budget, ganon. So they will approve it. But if the executive department feels that we have no funds for this purpose, so we will not approve it. So we have to select which priorities are to be approved by Congress. And after during the implementation of the law, that does not end the work of Congress in a way, because during the implementation of, let's say, the DepEd for basic education laws, we have annual budget hearing in Congress where the Department of Education are submitting their budget proposals, and these are the times that the members of Congress are asking them what happens to this law, what are the problems or the challenges that we have met in the implementation, or kaya mag-implement or not? Do we have to provide more funding for this, or is it okay kung yun lang, ganon? And then, so it's actually a part of the oversight of Congress kasi Congress also has the oversight power as mandated by the Constitution to convene in aid of legislation whether or not laws are properly implemented by the executive department. So yun ang role ng Congress. Otherwise, if there is question naman, may question sa Congress, may question sa implementation dito sa may problema, let's say not implemented properly, it's not just the Congress that performs oversight functions. You also have the courts of law. You can go to the Sandigan Bayan, Ombudsman, or even to the Supreme Court to question what happened to this law. Why is this not implemented? So it's actually an collaborative concern. No? It's not being solved by just one branch of government. We also have the other independent branches of government, the constitutional bodies that determines if the projects or the laws are properly implemented through the audit system, di ba? Meron tayo. So these are the safeguards that are in place in our constitution to ensure that everything is in order. The law is supposed to be in order, and it should be beneficial not just to the majority but to all the citizens of our country.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Matalamban, for making a clarification on the questions on the implementation of the very good laws that we have, and also for clarifications on the importance of the role of different branches of government, that is the executive, the judiciary, and the legislative. The legislative having the oversight function and ensuring the funding for this. Okay, any other questions from our participants? Thank you very much, Ms. Laura, for the very nice question.
Sir Saldi, we have a question from Osayas Andos, and
Hi, read. Yeah, please.
We are so happy for Republic Act 11510 and Act for ALS. Happy to hear for infrastructure plan for CLC and even fundings for the benefits of learners. How about the people working on it about its career path?
Okay. First, Sir Saldi, it's Mr. Malatamba, not Matalamban.
I'm sorry.
It's Mr. Malatamba.
Malatamba. Thank you, Mr.
I am the third Malatamban kasi it's my lolo, my father, me, namesake.
Okay. Mr. Malatamba is from Southern Leyte.
Okay. So for the question on what will happen to mobile teachers ba? Tinatanong. The career pathing of mobile teachers, ALS teachers. We actually provided for positions, permanent plantilla positions in the law and the Alternative Learning System Act. And although this is institutionalized kasi may current program na tayo from DepEd, the law actually makes it a permanent policy, let's say, for the hiring of ALS teachers yata ang tawag doon, ang tawag. And then we also have yung LGU ALS implementers, parang it's about three positions listed in the law that provides for support services or providers to the learners of the ALS. So we ensure that the current mobile teachers who are qualified under the LET or LET passers will have a permanent plantilla position as ALS.
Kasi nga po, may mga student or may mga tao talaga na walang internet. Sige po, ipapadistinct mo na lang. Pero right now, suggest ko lang po natin yun.
Okay, please continue, Mr. Malatamban.
Okay, thank you. We ensure that there are positions for ALS teachers here, and that the position is in accordance with the Professionalization of Teachers Act of 1994 yata yan. And then, kung equal kayo na mga regular teachers ng DepEd, kung if before, hugot-hugot lang ng DepEd teachers to teach in ALS, and then the mobile teachers, others are even hired by the LGUs with a salary of 6,000 or 8,000 a month, parang on voluntary work. This time, we ensure that plantilla positions for ALS teachers are available for those deserving teachers. So meron tayong mechanisms for that. There is also provision for promotions, let's say from teacher 1, teacher 2, teacher 3. And currently, the DepEd I am not sure kung if this is already approved by the DBM, but there's a creation of on career pathing yata sa DepEd na it's not upgrading but a creation of additional plantilla positions, because currently we have teacher 1, teacher 2, teacher 3. They are now creating teacher 4, teacher 5, teacher 6, and I think up to teacher 7, and then bago mag head teacher and master teacher. So each teacher in the DepEd are having the opportunity to go through those levels of promotion. It's not just the police and the militaries na may promotions. The the the, the DepEd also ensures that it is also true to the teachers. So kung sinasabi na if we say salary grade 11 is mababa, so we have to create plantilla positions for them to be promoted kasi it's actually the entry level. An entry level for accountant 1, an entry level for engineer 1, or other professions in the government, even the nurses, kailan because of the Magna Carta for of the nurses that was earlier, na-approve siya a long time ago, and it was favored by the Supreme Court, naging 615 sila. But under the salary standardization law, salary grade 11 talaga ang starting position, plantilla positions for professionals, sa mga psychologists, whatever. And then you have to go through the promotion process. And unlike before, wherein most plantilla items are salary grade 11 lang every year, 5,000 salary grade 11 teachers. This time, we must ensure na the other positions are also created yearly, plantilla positions, higher positions, para may career pathing naman ang all teachers natin and all the other teachers in the DepEd.
Okay, thank you, sir, for your response on the query. And we are now we know that the ALS teacher are on the equal footing with the rest of the teaching force of the Department of Education.
Yes, sir.
So their career pathing is already in place, like other professions. Thank you, sir. Yes, Mahmoud, is there any other questions from our participants?
Sir Saldi, due to the interest of time, I will just read another, but it's not a question, rather it is an impression, I think, and it's from one of our viewers from Facebook. It's from Miss Tina Gonzalez, and she said, "Why are you so good in crafting laws, but the implementation takes long? No more momentum, there should be timeline."
Okay, as said, this is not a question, but was a comment from Ms. Tina Gonzalez. So at this juncture, I would like to thank Mr. Nemesio Malatamban for sharing his expertise and, of course, for having answered the questions during the open forum. Marami pong salamat at magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Yes, Marco?
Thank you very much, sir. To recognize our esteemed guest speaker and facilitator, let us proceed to the awarding of Certificate of Recognition. This certificate is awarded to Mr. Nemesio O. Malatamban III for his meritorious role as resource speaker in the 2021 National Literacy Conference with the theme Literacy Learning Innovations in the New Normal Towards Sustainable Development, held via MS Teams on September 6 to 7, 2021, given this 7th day of September 2021. We also like to award the Certificate of Recognition to Mr. Saldi I. Masangkay for his meritorious role as facilitator during the plenary session 4. Signed by Diosdado M. San Antonio, Undersecretary for Curriculum and Instruction, and Chairperson, Literacy Coordinating Council. Congratulations, Mr. Malatamban and Mr. Masangkay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Salamat po.
Thank you po ulit. Right at this moment, we will be having our breakout session. And just a few reminders to our participants. Please be aware that the list of participants for each breakout room has already been predetermined and is considered final by the program committee according to the set criteria. There will be 3 virtual rooms for the breakout session. The first group will stay in the main meeting room while the other 2 groups will be given separate virtual rooms. Once the breakout rooms are activated by the program committee, the participants for the other 2 groups will be automatically routed to their designated virtual rooms. No further action is required from all participants. Once inside the virtual room, all participants must ensure that their mics and videos are always turned off, not until they are instructed to do, otherwise to prevent any disruptions in the discussion. Each breakout room has an assigned facilitator to facilitate the discussion, and the LCC Secretariat staff to document and to provide technical assistance. All participants must stay active and participative all through the discussion. If you wish to share your thoughts, you may either type it in the chat or use the raise hand button. In case it is your turn to speak, always wait first for your name to be acknowledged by the facilitator before turning on your mic or video and start speaking. Listen attentively when others are speaking and remain respectful at all times. In case you get disconnected from the virtual room, you will be automatically routed back to the main room. You may try rejoining the assigned breakout room by clicking the Join Room button. There are some cases wherein the participant might be unable to rejoin the virtual room even after clicking or in the absence of the said button due to software glitches. In case this happens, we opt you to kindly disconnect from the main meeting by clicking the Leave button. Afterwards, rejoin by clicking Join in the same meeting or by accessing the same Microsoft Teams link provided in your email prior to this event. This should resolve the issue and would allow the program committee to route you back to your assigned virtual rooms. Once the discussion is over, no further action is needed from the participants. Please do not leave yet the room, as the program committee will do this for you once the breakout session is over. The program committee will deactivate the virtual rooms after 30 minutes, and this will automatically bring everyone back to the main meeting room. For further inquiry, you may approach any of our LCC Secretariat staff. Facilitators for our breakout session will be Council and TWG members of the LCC. For room number 1, it would be Ms. Vichelle Yumuya, M&E Specialist from ENET Philippines. For breakout room 2, it's Ms. Evelyn A. Castro, Local Government Operations Officer 4 of the Department of the Interior and Local Government. And for breakout room number 3, it will be Ms. Maria Cristina M. Gonzalez, TWG member. All right, since we're all set, pre-group participants will be automatically be redirected to the breakout room within 10 seconds. Thank you.
Yes po, rinig na po. Ay, hello po. So, welcome po to breakout room number 1. So, pwede na raw po tayo mag-start. So, breakout room number 1 is about literacy learning innovations in the new normal towards sustainable development. So, I am Vishal po, your assigned facilitator. And also, we have our LCC Secretariat as our documenter and technical support during the session. So, today po, we are assigned to talk about 3 questions under the 2019 FLEMS and Literacy Research in the New Normal. So, ito po yung naging discussion kahapon from the plenary. So, for those po na wala kahapon sa plenary, I'll share po the link of the slides so you can check it po. And for those naman po na nandito po kahapon, you can also help us and guide us in our discussion. So, we have a total of 30 minutes and we highly encourage everyone to open your videos, unmute, and share your insights. And as announced po, we have to nominate one rapporteur who will present in the plenary. So, meron po bang gusto mag-rapporteur o mag-report po mamaya? If wala pa po ngayon, mamaya po as we go on, may gusto pong mag-volunteer. Okay po. So, ang topic po natin, ang first topic po natin, what are our initiatives in the community and in your organization in terms of the FLEMS results, literacy research in the new normal. So again po, ang first question is about your initiatives of your organization or in your community about about the FLEMS result or about the literacy learning innovations in the new normal towards sustainable development. Okay po. So, meron po bang gustong mag-start po to share what are the initiatives of your organizations in terms of literacy research in the new normal? Yes po.
Ma'am Michelle?
Yes po, yes po.
Pwede pong i-share po natin yung guidelines po para may idea po sila kung
okay
ano po yung magiging flow. Opo.
Okay po. I guess po yung tech team po they will be sharing. Meron po bang mag-share from tech team?
Type ko na lang po dito sa chat box yung guidelines.
Okay.
Agreed kahapon.
Sige po, sige po. And then also, if much better po siguro if yung documenter po sana nakashare po yung questions po sa kanila.
Michelle, how many are we in the breakout group?
We have total of 36
Kita na po.
attendees po. Ayan po, hopefully po nakita niyo po sa screen po yung question. Ayan po. So, first po is about the initiatives in the community or organization about the 2019 FLEMS results in literacy research in the new normal. So, you can unmute po and share your answer. And then you can also type it in our chat box po if mahirap po yung connection.
Siguro, let me start because afterwards I have to be silent because I have to prepare the synthesis pagkatapos.
Okay po, Sir Ed. Okay po.
I am Ed De La Torre. I am with DNet and also Education for Life Foundation. But what I want to talk about now is in relation to my work in the Philippine Rural Reconstruction Movement with emphasis on rural. Kasi one of the findings that struck me, not just in FLEMS, but in the general kahit global report and all that, is that hindi lamang poverty ang divide or sectoral. Malaki ang divide ng rural at urban. Kahit may problema ang urban, pero yung connectivity is better, ganun-ganon. At saka nandun ang opportunities. Ang problema sa rural is not just baka kulang yung presence ng formal schools and institutions, pero kung walang community learning center, mahirap talaga. So, ang dilemma nga is yung paano i-combine na pwede pa rin mag-Zoom or mag-FB Messenger or to use yung digital. Meron naman kasing cellphones yung iba, not only the youth but even some of the older people. Pero at the same time, paano sila locally magkaroon ng closer interaction. For example, on 3 items. Una, in terms of food security. Kasi nga, how will they exchange ideas? O paano, saan kayo kukuha ng pagkain? Do you produce for yourself? Tapos yung sabi ng isang kababaihan sa Nueva Ecija, mahirap naman, kaya namin mag-produce ng gulay. Ang hirap naman puro gulay lang kakainin namin. So gusto nila makipag-exchange sa iba. Paano mag-exchange ng ibang goods? Whether fish galing sa Bataan or other goods. Pangalawa, yun, paano magamit itong information through digital, Facebook at iba para yung aming surplus mabenta namin, yung marketing. So related yung literacy sa kanilang food needs at saka yung kanila ring at least getting some income, konting income during the pandemic. And then third, dilemma natin talaga, realistically, most of this can be done both non-formally lang muna kasi the formal system mabagal mag-adjust at saka it covers so many. So more specific at ang isang solution doon is yung combination nga na how can development NGOs or CSOs tulad ng PRRM or Education for Life Foundation or other members ng INET ay makipag-link kung hindi man sa some other funder sa local government because some local governments kahit paano forced din sila because constituents sila tumulong. But of course, they cannot serve all. That's where I think mahalaga yung role ng enabling organizing and then some of parang arranging yung links ng mga people's organization and households sa isa't isa. So yun ang some of the initial sabihin natin adaptations na ginawa. We had a series of parang Zoom discussions. Tinanong namin paano kayo nagsusurvive, paano kayo nag-a-adjust. At yun ang mga ilang lumabas na ideas. Yun lang.
Okay po. Salamat po, Sir Ed. Very fruitful po na sharing. Yes po, nag-take down notes din po ako just in case po yung to help our documenter. So, Ms. Flora, meron po kayong sinend sa group chat, sa meeting chat. Gusto niyo po ba itong explain? Yung we make use of the FLEMS as reference. Okay po.
Yeah, kasi tinatanong dito, what are our initiatives, in our respective organization. So, with the FLEMS report, we make use of this as one of our references
in doing research in education, be it local, national, or global. Yun yung isang value nung FLEMS, no? But then, I do agree that there are other elements, no, that should be included in the tool that they have been using, especially what Ed had said to us, no, with regards to the specific needs ng rural and urban. I was a person that has been interviewed by the PSA, no, about this. So very limited yung kanilang tool. They just check, no, pero yung other aspects that we would like to include sana, no, in the tool are not stated in their particular research tool. So maganda siguro yan yung i-develop din, no, ng FLEMS para maging reflective, no, yung mga makukuha nating data, whether in our local communities or within our areas of operation ng ating mga CSOs. That's all.
Okay po, thank you Ma'am Flora. So, yes po, yung in terms of tools, actually po, nag-share na rin po kayo ng kasamang issues and concerns as well as yung naging policy recommendation. Si Sir Enrico po, nakataas po yung naka-raise hand po. You want to share po, Sir Enrico?
Yes, ma'am. Maraming salamat. Gusto
Yes
ko lang
po.
ibahagi yung mga inisyatibo ng LCC, no, para sa kaalaman ng lahat ng mga kasama natin dito. May kaugnayan sa pag-improve ng literacy rate natin base nga sa result ng ating FLEMS noong 2019. Ang una ay tungkol sa research, no. Merong ginawa ang LCC sa pakikipagtulungan ng Philippine Normal University kung paano matitiyak na yung mga community-based literacy program na ini-implement ng ating mga LGU, ng DepEd at ng ating mga partner organizations ay exemplary o effective, ano? So ang naging resulta ng research na yon, nagkaroon ng framework na nabuo. Pagkatapos ay merong kasama itong rubric o analytic scoring rubric na ginagamit nating monitoring and evaluation tool para na sa gano'n matiyak ng mga LGUs, ng DepEd at ng iba pang non-government organizations na nagpapatupad ng mga community literacy programs. Nang sa gano'n, mapa-improve nila ito, ano? At mapaangat natin yung literacy rate natin hanggang doon sa pinakamababang bahagi ng ating lipunan, ng mga barangay. So isa yung research. Ang isa din yung tinatawag natin na partner natin dito ang mga local government units, at makakapagkwento siguro ang ilang mga LGUs na kasama natin dito na representatives, yung localization ng literacy council na kung saan bumubuo sila ng sarili nilang konseho sa munisipalidad at saka sa syudad. Yun ang gusto natin na ma-advocate, na mas marami pang mga local government units ang magbuo ng sarili nilang konseho na tatalakay at magpo-focus ng kanilang mga inisyatibo. May kaugnayan sa kung paano pauunlarin ang literacy rate natin. Sa ganon, maging maganda rin ang buhay ng ating mga constituents. At katulong din natin ang ating mga NGO sa bagay na yan. Salamat!
Salamat po sir, salamat po sa sharing po on the LCC's contribution as well as partnership po with the LGUs, CSOs and also our communities. So yung iba pong gusto pa mag-share in our first question, pwede po kayo mag-raise hand or ilagay po sa chat box. For now po, let's proceed in the next question about the issues and concerns. So kanina po may mga ilan nang nabanggit, pero for those who would like to explain a little bit more of the issues and concerns in their community or in their organization po about FLEMS. Yes po. Nag-raise hand po ulit. Okay, no. Baka napindot
yes,
lang.
Oo.
Sige po.
Nag-raise ako. Itutuloy ko na yung comment ko. Pasensya na. Ayaw ko namang i-monopolize yung conversation, discussion natin. Pero napaka-importante kasi ng isang issue na naobserbahan namin sa secretariat, ang kahalagahan ng pagkakaroon ng accurate na datos hanggang sa baba, Ibig sabihin ng datos, anong uri ng datos? Sinasabi na milyon-milyon pa ang kailangang abutin para mabigyan ng literacy program interventions, mga illiterates, di ba? Si Sir Mako pwede mag-participate dito mamaya kasi yung pagkolekta ng datos sa baba, napaka-importante. Isang issue yan. Kasi kung wala tayong datos, sino yung warm bodies na ito na hindi marunong magsulat at hindi marunong bumasa? Dapat malaman natin yan. At malaking maitutulong ng ating local DepEd at local government units para matiyak natin sino-sino ba yung mga yan? Ilan ba sila? Nasaan lugar ba sila? Isang malaking issue yan eh. Kasi ang FLEMS ay nasa regional level lang yung datos kung hindi ako nagkakamali. So dapat nating matiyak talaga at maging seryoso tayo kasi hindi natin maibibigay ang pangangailangan ng mga bata, mga kabataan at mga adultong ito kung hindi natin alam kung sino sila, kung hindi natin kilala sila, hindi natin alam kung saan sila nakatira. At pagka nakuha natin ang mga datos na yon, magiging epektibo tayo sa pagtulong sa kanila na mabigyan ng basic literacy program or functional literacy o lifelong learning opportunities. Salamat!
Salamat po sir sa sharing po. Tama po, talagang mahalaga po, talaga ang mga datos po, hindi lang po quantitative pero yung qualitative data na makukuha po natin. Meron pong nag-message sa ating meeting chat from Osayas Andus. Gusto niyo pong ipaliwanag po itong nasa chat box po. Pwede po kayo mag-unmute. I can also read this po. Okay po, I think I'll read it na lang po. So, ang message po niya, in the side of ALS, in every municipality, some have only 2 teachers teaching in ALS. One of the options to increase the teachers teaching in ALS is the hiring of teacher through local school board, which is chaired the LGU. Some LGUs also hiring applicant teachers to be part of the reading program in order to address learners with difficulty in reading. Okay, it's okay po if may difficult po kayo sa connection. I read po yung comment po ni Osayas Andus. Sa mga gusto pong magdagdag about that, this is about the teachers teaching in ALS and also hiring applicant teachers in the ALS program. So, okay, nilagay din naman po ito sa ating slides. So anyone po would like to share po dun sa first question, initiatives in the community, and then second question, issues and concerns, and also pwede na rin po ituloy hanggang policy recommendations po in line with those initiatives, with those issues, ano yung ating policy recommendations. So kanina po may mga nabanggit na rin po sila Sir Ed, sila Ma'am Flora, sila Sir Enrico, pero for those din po na gusto pang mag-share, please unmute po or chat it in our meeting chat.
Michelle?
Yes po.
In relation sa, punta na ba tayo sa issues and concerns?
Opo. Pwede na rin po mag-policy recommendation.
And kasi halimbawa, lalo na sa mga ALS teachers, that's why yesterday I asked how many are already enlisted in the DepEd program regarding ALS teachers. Mga around 7,000 daw. Pero walang category kung ano-ano itong mga teachers na ito. Ang parang isang concern lang ng mga teachers, kahit nasa alternative learning system ka o sa formal, dapat pareho lang yung kanilang rights and usapin ng well-being in terms of remuneration, incentives, and so on. Walang common na sa ALS sila ay mas maliit yung sweldo nila o ang kanilang hiring rank ay mas mababa. Kaya maganda as part ng national plantilla, kailangan equal din ang formal at yung mga non-formal teachers, lalo na kung sila ay mga eligible. Kailangan pantay lang yung kanilang mga nare-receive in terms of remuneration as stated in the Magna Carta for Public School Teachers. Yun po yung isa. Tapos maganda i-utilize din yung Special Education Fund para doon sa mga nagbo-volunteer na hindi naman mga let passers ay makapag-contribute sila ng kanilang time and space para tumulong doon sa ating ALS program in the community level na dapat pondohan ng ating local school board through the utilization ng special education fund. Kaya lang, mahalaga dito yung role din ng DepEd sa local or division para ma-include yan sa kanilang yung sinasabi nating enhance yung kanilang yung kanilang planning, no, yung ano ba tawag diyan, yung planning within the school or planning within the division, is yung school improvement or annual improvement plan to cover how many teachers who are not eligible but then are assigned in ALS para mabudgetan ito. Mahalaga na incorporated ito sa mga local planning nila and budget. Yun lang po.
Okay po, salamat po, Ma'am Flora. Ma'am Flora, baka gusto niyo po kayo po yung maging reporter po natin mamaya.
Kung iba na lang, Bichelle.
Sige po. Okay po. Sige po. From our other participants from different NGOs, LGUs, and government agency, would you like po to share initiatives, issues, concerns, or policy recommendations? So, sa nakita ko po, we have total of 41 participants in this breakout room. So, please feel free po to unmute or message in our meeting chat po in case na mahina ang connection.
Hello, Michelle.
Hello po, hi.
This is Dodong.
Ayan, hello po.
Oh, yes.
Hi po.
When it comes to the utilization of special education funds for ALS purposes, I'm sure it is already provided in the ALS Act, the newly enacted ALS Act. So we already have the provisions for the use of SAF for ALS programs and for ALS teachers. So at the community level, there is a hiring also of ALS teachers, but it is the term in the law is not ALS teachers, but it's similar to ALS teachers, but it is hired by the LGUs. And then there are also ALS volunteers hired by private organizations, NGOs on literacy advocates. They hire also service providers for ALS at their own expense because the government cannot provide funds for the private initially unless it is on emergency purpose in times of national emergency or local emergency. But there are actually three kinds of teachers that are hired. One from the national government or the DepEd for ALS, one is for LGU, and the other one is from the NGO providers.
Just a comment, Ms. Chair, Ms. Michelle.
Okay po, Ms. Flora, Apo, you can add po.
In addition siguro with Sir Malatamban, probably with the new development, no, regarding the implementation of Mandanas Garcia ruling, so it is high time that we make use or take this space as an opportunity to really put or invest, no, in our ALS, be it in the local level or especially in the local level, no, in the LGU. So probably this is one arena of our advocacy so that more teachers will be employed, whether it is funded by the local government, no, to really address the needs of our alternative learning system or our local literacy and numeracy initiatives. Thank you.
Okay. Salamat po, Sir Dodong po and Ma'am Flora po sa inyong sharing. Based po dun sa naging discussion saka sa mga nandito po sa slides natin, no, we can see how ALS has a big role in terms of our literacy efforts po And then truly kailangan ng equality in terms of sa pagtingin ng teachers sa ALS, teachers sa non-formal and then sa formal education. And also po, Osayas Andos po, nag-message ulit siya sa meeting chat. I'll read this for everyone. Ang problema, dapat sana may legal basis po tayo in the utilization of SCF na para sa ALS talaga. Ang SCF kasi is being managed by the district supervisor at mostly ang nabigyan tugon is on the formal concern and leads to ALS. So yun po ng sharing. So we can add that in the issues and concerns. So, okay, so I think po we have few minutes left po. We can still discuss po, add your insights. And we have to choose po a rapporteur. Ma'am Flora, sana po okay po sa inyo or kay si Sir Dodong, si Sir Enrico, si anyone po na gustong maging rapporteur natin for our breakout room.
Siguro ang isa pang idagdag lang natin yung monitoring lang dahil lang sa batas na, no? Inline pa rin do sa financing for ALS yung pagkakaroon ng mga community learning centers, no? Parang support din natin yan sa structures ng DepEd sa local level na magkaroon ng venue talaga for venue or space for learning ng ating mga ALS learners.
Okay. Salamat po, Ma'am Flora.
Yes, that issue on access to community learning centers. Yes.
Yes po.
Access to community learning centers. Issue din yun kasi currently, hindi kasi ginagamit yung mga eskwelahan, mga elementary schools for ALS minsan. Pero in the law, parang may nilalagay na tayo na mandated. Pwedeng i-gamitin yon under the law na mga community learning centers kung walang pasok, weekends, at saka after school hours. So community learning center, siguro yung issue na yun, dapat masettle. Access.
Okay po. Okay po. Access, okay po. Yes po. Access to community learning center. Ayan po, nilalagay po ng ating documenter. Yes, from DALG po, Ma'am Ana. You can unmute po. Hello po. Or nawala po ata. May nag-raise hand po kanina from DALG. So, ayan po. Ayan, okay na po. Yes po. Okay na po. Yes po, Mana.
Okay. Sige. Thank you. Parang nandito lahat ng members ng National Literacy Council. Sundan ko lang po yung mga suggestions kanina. Yung minutes ni Sir Eric, the importance of data. Actually, it's very important for local government units so that their actions can be informed by the existing condition in the respective localities. Dito sa policy recommendation, maganda yung mga nakalagay dito. Pero nakikita namin, siguro kailangan may proactive information campaign tayo sa mga local government units address all the issues here. Kaya policy recommendation. But specifically yung provide specific support for ALS kasi alam natin naman yung SEF as mentioned, ginagamit hindi lang for ALS pero mostly sa regular education kasi ang nagde-decide naman ito mostly are the district supervisors at saka yung mga superintendents. So siguro baka bigyan din ng parang specific policy coming from, I don't know, going circular ito from DLG and DepEd to provide specific priority for ALS. Parang securing some funds from SEF for ALS. Yun lang po.
Okay po, salamat po Ma'am Ana. So, nag-chat ata kay Ma'am Sharina, pero Ma'am Ana po shared on dapat po magkaroon tayo ng policy, strengthening policy on ALS po from DepEd. Ayan po, yes po. So, actually po, nag-monitor din ako sa ating Facebook Live since we are live stream po. Actually, breakout room number 1 is live stream in our FB page. And may mga comments din po nag-sharing on SEF. Kaya lang nawala siya bigla. Nag-refresh bigla yung Facebook ko. Pero ayun po, for anyone po who would like to share, we still have 6 minutes left. So until 11:35 po ang ating breakout room. We can invite din po our other NGOs and agencies nandito sa breakout room to share anything po, initiatives, issues, and policy recommendations in relation to literacy learning innovations.
Michelle?
Yes po.
Isang policy recommendation din, siguro there is a need to disseminate yung ALS Act among teachers, among school administrators, so that they know about it. Kasi mahirap na nabasa lang nila pero hindi nila nanamnam yung kahalagahan ng batas. Kaya mahalaga dito, they know it and they discuss it also with the teaching workforce, no? Para alam nila yung role ng ALS in educating our out-of-school youth. Kahit wala sila sa formal school level. Yun yung isa doon. Tapos, yung information din sa ating mga stakeholders. Mahalaga rin ma-discuss ito sa barangay level, no? Kasi sila nakakaalam ng mga out-of-school youth, yung bilang ng mga bata at adults na nais mag-aral pero walang pagkakataon o kaya merong mga ilang suliranin sa usapin ng finances, ganyan, para at least alam nila kung paano itatap itong batas na ito. And then secondly, yung usapin ng mga magulang din, at maging yung mga bata para at least alam nila na merong mga ganitong batas. Naligaw na tayo hindi na lang sa FLEMS, kundi malawak na usapin ng literacy learning. Yun lang po yung isang nais kong ibahagi, kasi not all teachers know the text or the contents of the new law.
Apo. Though apo. From what I can see po, hindi naman din po tayo naligaw kasi talagang malaki po yung role talaga ng ALS based from our discussion and other persons po na nag-share sa breakout room. Talagang ALS po, it will really help po in improving our results and making sure po na we have really data, evidence-based data from the communities. So, Ms. Flora po, hopefully po okay lang sa inyo na mag-rapporteur sa ating breakout room.
Baka yung isang nag-share kanina about the SEF, baka pwede natin siyang i-request.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello?
Yes,
Hello
yan.
po, yes po.
From Pasay?
Yes po, Ma'am Edna. Okay po.
Yes, with regards to ALS sa SEF, with my years of stay in DepEd, Pasay City has been giving honorarium to teachers, especially since now all schools are being institutionalized. So all schools and the barangays are made as ALS CLC. So we are being given budget yearly for the ALS. So up to this time, we had reached already 7,500,000 for the honorarium of teachers and all monitoring teams to monitor DS programs. So nakaano na po sa SEF na matagal na po. So during the time of Mayor Cuneta, I started with 250,000 budget for our supervisor noon na So with my time now as ALS, I have been given yearly 7.5 million just for the honorarium of teachers teaching ALS. So in our division, Pasay City, all schools are school-based ALS center, which is done every Saturday. So the schools allotted rooms for ALS and even the barangays. Ayun lang po.
Okay po. Salamat po, Ma'am
Thank
Edna.
you.
Opo. Thank you so much po for sharing that very wonderful po initiative in Pasay City. So, we have 1 minute left po. So, wrapping up po, thank you so much po sa lahat na nag-share po ng kanilang initiatives, issues and concerns and policy recommendations. So po, we have issues. Ay, may
Jiro, gising ka na ba?
Okay po. So, so ano po, siguro po, ayun po, let's choose po rapporteur po. Ma'am Flora po, baka gusto niyo po kayo na mag-rapporteur or Sir Dodong, Ma'am Edna, Ma'am Ana, si mga nag-share po kanina. Sir Ed, Sir Enrico. Okay. Okay po, may pahabol po message si Sir... may pahabol po message from Osayas Andus. Strengthen relationship between the formal and us, especially in the LIS. Isa sa problema natin kapag ang learner ay na-drop sa formal, ay mahihirapan na tayong hanapin si learner. To suggest in the policy, strengthen the pardo or sordo para while the learner is still in school, ay may plan of intervention na tayo. Example, to transfer to ALS or ADM, pero dapat may application sa LIS na transfer to ALS para di na ma-record sa formal na drop. Yun po. Okay, so also po, in our Facebook page po na may mga nagko-comments. Actually, this one comment po from Ma'am Teresita Tadeo Sabino. Very nice discussion, nakakatuwa na nakafocus ang concern sa ALS. Bilang ALS mobile teacher, napakalaking tulong para sa amin ang full support ng LGU, lalo na 95% ng aming learners ay walang kakayahang makapag-provide ng materials na kinakailangan to comply with all the requirements. In addition, the present situation makes it harder for them to continue due to their lack of resources, despite with the willingness of the facilitators to continue with the process to teaching and helping our learners. We would be very thankful if the efforts would be extended up to the needy learners. Okay po. So, highly appreciated po ang ating naging discussion on FLEMS results in literacy research in the new normal, and leaning po talaga in strengthening our alternative learning system. So we have one more task to do po, and that's to choose our rapporteur. So anyone po who would like to volunteer, we would really appreciate it. You have like 8 minutes po to report in our plenary. And ito naman po yung slides to guide you in your sharing.
Ibig sabihin ng sardo or pardo?
Yes po, Ma'am Flora.
Ano ibig sabihin ng sardo or pardo?
Sardo po is student at risk of dropping out.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Ma'am Flora, so okay na po sa inyo? Nag-on-cam na po kayo? Okay na po sa inyo. I'll transfer the floor po back to Sir Maku po. So thank you po for everyone who shared and participate in our breakout room.
All right, so our participants are so while we are waiting for the other participants to join us at our main meeting room, I would like to provide some announcement. So it's good news because the Literacy Coordinating Council announced that a new web page especially designed for LCC's National Literacy Conference has been added at the LCC website. So you can view the website at https://lcc.deped.gov.ph/nlc-main/. So you can view the new website there. And we are still waiting for our participants to join us at our plenary. Our participants who engage actively during the breakout session. Let us give the floor to their chosen rapporteur to present to us what they have discussed within their respective breakout rooms. So may I call on the representative of breakout room number 1. And I assume it's Ma'am Flora. Am I right?
Okay. Michelle?
Yes po. Okay po. Can our tech team po show the slides? Thank you po.
All right, while waiting for the presentation to be presented, we would like to acknowledge the special participation of our dear friends from the Philippine National Association of Sign Language Interpreters for this conference. We'd also like to acknowledge the presence of our esteemed guest speakers, council and TWG members, and our colleagues from different government agencies. So are we good now to present the output of breakout room number 1? All right, so take it away, Ma'am Flora.
Okay, good morning, everyone. This is the output of Group 1 with regards to our discussions on the initiatives in our respective community or organization, the issues and concerns, and some policy recommendations. Now, I will discuss first the column 1 on the initiatives. So it was shared that there must be an emphasis in rural and urban setting to address the divide between the rural and urban, including the food security issues, the food needs of our learners, of our people. And then secondly, with regards to how the PLEMS is being considered in our organization, ENET makes use of the PLEMS results as reference, as one of its references to its research in education, whether national or global scale. And then LCC has partnered with PNU in the development of national framework and would you mind scrolling the slides, please? I cannot see. Yeah. Some more. LCC has some more, ma'am. LCC has partnered with PNU in terms of the development of the national framework and analytical rubrics. Some more. And then LCC has encouraged LGUs in the establishment of localization of LCCs. Now, this is the new campaign, no, of LCC to establish the localization of LCCs in respective local government units. In ALS, every municipality has only 2 teachers teaching in ALS. One of the options is to increase the teachers teaching in ALS, hiring of teacher through local school board, which is chaired by either the supervisor, no, and then the LGU assign. Would you mind? I cannot see the slides, please. So hiring of teachers to the local local school board, no, chaired by either the supervisor or at the provincial level the superintendent. Okay, next please. LGUs, ayan. As in the case of Pasay, LGU hire ALS teachers at their own expense, no? Pasay gives honorarium to teachers for monitoring of the ALS program. Ayan, maganda yung initiative in Pasay, no? Because they give honorarium to teachers. Okay, regarding the issues and concerns, may we scroll again ayan, up please. There should be significance of data on literacy interventions at the grassroots level. Next, please. There should be legal basis in the utilization of SEF for the ALS. The ALS is being managed by the district supervisor, or as I have said, at the provincial level, the superintendent with the governor, and its focus is mostly on the formal concern and ALS. Yeah. Next slide, please. Strengthen relationship between the formal and ALS, especially in the LIS. Especially in the LIS, once a learner drops, it would be hard to find them. Yan yung isang problem, no? Okay. Now, with regards to policy recommendations, ito po yung mga policy recommendations. Up, please. Lifelong opportunities. There should be lifelong opportunities, no, in terms of how we address our learning interventions, be it in the ALS, no, or in other alternative delivery modes. DepEd should provide policy on ALS. Utilize special education funds, annual school improvement plan, because if we want really to campaign or advocate that there should be financing of local teachers at the ground level, at the LGUs, there should be an inclusion of this in the annual school improvement plan or in the school improvement plan, so that it will be financed or funded. But as one of our participants, Ma'am Liza, said that there should be a memorandum between the ILG and DepEd on this matter, no? Because it's not stated in the SEF utilization, the ALS teachers. But there is a very specific provision on the learners, but not on the ALS teachers. So this is where the memorandum agreement, suggested memorandum agreement between the LGU, and the DepEd. So invest in us at the local level to address numeracy literacy, establishment of CLCs, community learning centers, and access to community learning centers. Now that there is this implementation of the Mandanas-Garcia ruling, it is high time for us to really advocate for more investment in us at the ground level. Now, we can utilize not only the special education fund or the local school board, but we can present our proposals, no, for financing at the special bodies within the local government, not only at the local school board. And then the establishment of CLCs, no, since not all schools, no, have spaces for us, there should be a venue or spaces for our learners, no, of us in the community. And this is embedded in the law. So we need to monitor if there are CLCs established, no, in the respective local governance, so that our learners have really space, no, where they, and the teachers, where they can conduct teaching and learning. Okay, next slides, please. Now, not all know the ALS Act, especially among teachers and literacy stakeholders. So there's a need really to disseminate, no, the text, the content of the ALS Act, and not only to teachers but also to other stakeholders, so that they can participate, no, in the promotion of ALS in their respective territories. Now, there's also a policy, no, that strengthens the SARDO or PARDO while the learner is still at school, or may plan an intervention that will be for everyone. For example, in transfer to ALS, no, or ADM, but there should be an application process that they will transfer to either to formal school or to ALS para sa record purposes. Okay? Ito lang yung monitoring natin, no? Yung sinasabi nga natin sa LIS. Okay, next slide please. Plana. And then utilize Special Education Fund. Ayan, sabi na natin yan. Okay, that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Flora Arellano from INET Philippines. So let's proceed now to the rapporteur for the breakout session 2, and that is Mr. Erwin C. De La Cruz, Division ALS Focal Person from DepEd San Juan City. Again, may we now call on the rapporteur for breakout session number 2, Mr. Erwin C. De La Cruz, Division ALS Focal Person from DepEd San Juan City. Sir? All right, while waiting for Mr. De La Cruz, we would like to solicit your support to the celebration of the National Literacy Week. So show us a photo of you joining this year's National Literacy Conference by tagging us in your photos or posts, and use the hashtag 2021 NLC in all social media posts. Again, we would like to solicit your support by tagging us on your social media post by using the hashtag 2021 NLC. All right, so I think we'll proceed with the next group. So let's proceed to the rapporteur for breakout room number 3, and that is Miss Aurea Jean Abad LCC TWG member, Ma'am Jean.
Yes, thank you, Marco. This is the output of the group, short and sweet. It's on Pandemology, actually. So what initiatives in the community or organization, we kind of thought that it should be university, coming from a university or school setting. So what we have come up here is to give freedom to express themselves using the internet. So these are for students and teachers alike. Uh, uh, Actually, we're doing this now. This is already being practiced. Children, teachers alike are given the freedom to express themselves by using the internet. So writing, blogging, etc., what have you. No, whatever in whatever form that they are able to post on the internet or gather from the internet. So one of the issues and some of the issues and concerns that we have found are we have a lack of information on digital literacy skills, no? And then the second one, on the content or the kind of data that teachers and students alike gather. We cannot be sure if these are plagiarized, or is this well researched, or is this coming from an authentic source. So those are some issues and concerns that teachers and students may face when it comes to using the internet. This actually comes from one of the things mentioned by Dr. Wong, that is on plagiarism. So the policy recommendations related to this are: first, we have to establish a virtual online learning. Paano ba ito establish? Medyo mahirap, ano? But we have to, I think we have to formulate this. And then, next is to have a stricter copyright laws. So we have existing copyright laws actually, but I think the implementation is lacking. So I think the initiatives, the issues and concerns, and policy recommendations revolve around this. But for those participants who have not yet contributed to this breakout session, you are still free to add or include or post whatever thoughts you may have regarding Pandemology. We highly welcome them. Thank you, Mako.
Thank you very much for that informative presentation, Ms. Aurea Jean Abad, member of the LCC Technical Working Group. So let's proceed now to recognize our esteemed facilitators. Let's move on to the awarding of Certificate of Recognition. So this certificate is awarded to Ms. Vichelle Yumuya for her meritorious role as facilitator in the 2021 National Literacy Conference with the theme Literacy Learning Innovations in the New Normal Towards Sustainable Development, held via MS Teams on September 6 to 7, 2021, given this 7th day of September 2021. Also like to render the certificate of recognition to Ms. Evelyn A. Castro for her meritorious role as facilitator. Also to Ms. Maria Cristina M. Gonzalez for her significant role as facilitator. And finally, we would like to present this certificate of recognition as well to Ms. Marian Centeno for her significant role as facilitator during the breakout session. Signed by Diosdado M. San Antonio, Undersecretary for Curriculum and Instruction and Chairperson, Literacy Coordinating Council. Congratulations, Ms. Yumuya, Ms. Castro, Ms. Gonzalez, and Ms. Centeno. We are now approaching the closing program for the 2021 National Literacy Conference. To share with us a short synthesis of this two-day event of the Literacy Coordinating Council, let us give a round of applause to the chairperson of the Education for Life Philippines, Mr. Edicio G. De La Torre. Sir?
Thank you. And the last minute of good morning, just before lunch. I was informed by the staff that I have 10 minutes for the synthesis. So don't worry, I will not delay your lunch any longer. First of all, thank you for asking me to present the synthesis. I took the liberty of changing it from synthesis to highlights because who can do justice to such a rich two-day conference? Plus, anyway, you will have all the presentations, so you can have your own synthesis. So I decided to focus mainly on what I will call highlights. Now, whose highlights? Well, sorry na lang. Highlights that really attracted me. And I was really, this was triggered by, and please go to the second slide, by the presentation this morning of Dr. Isabel Martin on Pandemology, where she quoted something from Gabriel Garcia Marquez, who is one of my favorite authors. But my favorite quotation of Gabriel Garcia Marquez is this. He says, what happens to us or what happened to us is important, but what is more important is what we do with what happened to us. And we do not remember everything. That's why I added this one in. This is not Gabriel Garcia Marquez. It's my riff on it. So what do we choose to remember? Hindi ko na maalala lahat eh. Kaya highlights lang, hindi synthesis. Secondly, how we choose to remember. Yung bang na-excite tayo, na-inspire, na-challenge, nagulumihan, etc. And then third and more important, which is my task now, with whom we choose to remember. So at least may ilan tayong shared memory na pinili natin at pagkasunduan. So I prepared 3 visual references and then I will just verbalize yung naalala ko na gusto kong alalahanin natin sabay-sabay. Let's start with the theme, Literacy Learning Innovations in the New Normal towards SDG. Ang ganda, tamang-tama yung tatlo. And of course, the first thing that has come up is SDG muna global. We had an overall presentation of na kahit may progress, eh marami pang special adult illiterates, over 700 pa. But then more important, si Yusek Dads told us, look, VUCA ngayon, VUCA. Volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous ito. In other, hindi ganun kalinaw lahat ang mangyayari. That is the characteristic, not even before the pandemic. No? Maybe don't talk of a new normal, but a changing normal. Nagbabago-bago. But more important naman, sa halip na magulumihan lang tayo, mag-worry, may emphasis tayo on what we call appreciative inquiry. Meron ba tayong nagagawa na pwedeng paghugutan at puhunan natin? And there we got very good presentations, no? Some of which na-summarize na ni Jean kanina, ulitin ko mabilis. Most countries in the world don't have a national literacy mapping periodically. We have FLEMS, although gusto natin gawing more frequent. Pangalawa, we have various, hindi lang may LCs, hindi pa muna, balik pa muna doon. Merong yung idea ng mga innovations naman tayo, no? For example, sa digital, sa ALS, sa TESDA, ganon, no? And pero ang in-emphasis dito, mahalaga ang datos. Kasi how will we measure if we are making progress? And as Secretary Biones said, iba naman ng panahon na iba ngayon, rumami na tayo. Nagbago rin ang technology at nagbabago ang mundo. Which brings me to the second slide reference, no? Please. Yan. Mabuti lang may luma akong slide na pinaghirapan kong ilagay lahat ang picture ng lahat ng presidente since the Second World War. Pwede niyong kopyahin ito kung gusto rin nyo ng history. So from Rojas to Duterte. Na including nilagyan kong malaki si Marcos kasi sobrang matagal sa kanya ng martial law. Now, why do I put that? Because when we look at literacy, we have to look at the global system, Hindi lang SDG, but international ideas, UNESCO, foreign aid, etc. Nandun rin ang national. Pero ang gustong i-emphasize rito, hindi lang sa pabago-bago ng presidente, pabago ang DepEd and all that, kundi mahalaga yung locals. Kaya nilagay ko local with an S. At nabanggitin natin earlier yan. Starting especially with the local government code of 1992, lumalaki ang papel ng locals. And with the Mandanas Garcia ruling, lalaki pa ang resources at responsibilities. And many of our presenters always say, okay, national education literacy systems are fine, but they tend to homogenize, pare-pareho ang trato sa lahat. But we should realize there is diversity. There is differentiation, not just of learners, but of areas and sectors. Binanggit ko earlier doon sa aming group, rural and urban. So we should start thinking of literacy and its challenges and possibilities at these three levels. Global, we can benefit from that. National, that's very important, especially with the new laws coming. But especially the locals. Yun ang gusto kong i-emphasize on this slide. And then the third slide, next, please. That the new normal does not simply mean, as we were told by our speakers, doesn't simply mean doing the same thinking, doing the same practice, lamang gagawin nating digital. No, it has to be a different thinking altogether. Ito, kinumbine ko yung thinking, my own personal thinking sa Education for Life Foundation over these years na yung lifelong learning natin, ultimately, tulad nabanggit rin ng isa nating researcher na literacy dapat embedded, tulad sa tubungan at sa kuyo, embedded yan sa various life practices, mga programa. So ang aming filosofiya, hango sa buhay, tungo sa buhay habang may buhay. No? But then, madali yung philosophy. What about the system? Eh lumalabas, even earlier, meron kang school-based, pero meron ng center-based, may community-based, may home-based, may web-based, may enterprise-based. So marami-rami. So multiple learning systems yan. Paano pagsasama-samahin yan, lalo na ngayon ang laki-laki ng papel ng web-based? So some of the key ideas na lumabas, well, nakyutan ako doon sa Pandemology. Ito ko lang napakinggan ngayon yan. So hindi lang, pero hindi lang yung dahil may pandemya, kundi learner-centered tayo dapat, sabi nga niya, life-centered. Pagkatapos yung digital literacy mahalaga, pero learners should not be seen simply as consumers. They are also creators of knowledge and we must collaborate. And assessment, yun ang problema. Hindi lang yung test, kundi yung processing at application. Ang joke nga namin doon nung si Yusek Bakani pa dyan, laki ko yung joke nung sa ELCAO kami, hango sa buhay, tungo sa buhay, habang may buhay. Sa formal education, ang bias natin ay hango sa libro, tungo sa notebook, habang may test. Pero ang mahalaga, yung libro ay galing rin sa buhay. At may iba pa na hindi lang libro, pati web. Tungo sa buhay, hindi lamang test, kundi projects, practical application, at habang may buhay. No? So yun ang main parang takeaway ko na we are being asked not just to understand the importance of not just the physical world, but the cyber world, the virtual world, at paano magko-combine yung dalawa. Hindi naman iisa lang yan. And adjust to that. However, even before this pandemic, nagsisimula ng being challenged tayo about a new understanding of literacy, more comprehensive, more collaborative, and therefore more innovative. And this has accelerated because nga of the changes in the world, which we call the new normal. So those are some of the highlights I like to present from my own just personal recollection, and I hope I have touched on some of those that you particularly also remember and value. But ulitin ko, LCC naman will give us all the presentations, including this one. So pwede pa kayong gumawa ng sarili pa ninyong synthesis and highlights sa mga darating na araw. Maraming salamat. Naka 10 minutes ako.
That is all well and good. Thank you very much for a detailed walkthrough of the highlights of the 2021 National Literacy Conference and life lessons, Mr. De La Torre. The LCC would like to award the Certificate of Recognition to Mr. Edicio G. De La Torre for his meritorious role as resource speaker in the 2021 National Literacy Conference with the theme, Literacy Learning Innovations in the New Normal Towards Sustainable Development, held via MS Teams on September 6 to 7, 2021, given the 7th day of September 2021. This certificate of recognition is also awarded to Ms. Aurea Jean Abad for her significant role as a resource speaker in this year's NLC. Signed by Diosdado M. San Antonio, Undersecretary for Curriculum and Instruction and Chairperson, Literacy Coordinating Council. Congratulations, Mr. De La Torre and Ms. Abad.
Thank you.
The LCC Secretariat would like to inform everyone that all the outputs will be uploaded via the LCC's webpage at lcc.deped.gov.ph. And this event wouldn't be possible without the help of our literacy partners and stakeholders. The LCC Secretariat would like to extend its deepest gratitude to DepEd PAS and ICTS, LCC Council and TWG members, DepEd, DILG, PNU, PIA, NEDA, INET Philippines, House of Representatives, Senate of the Philippines, Ms. Aurea Jean A. Abad, Mr. Edicia G. De La Torre, Ms. Maria Cristina M. Gonzalez. I'd also like to extend our appreciation to our guest speakers from CIMEO Secretariat, PSA, PIDS, DepEd, COCOPEA, TESDA, Ateneo de Manila University, and Hong Kong Baptist University. Officials, teaching and non-teaching personnel of the Department of Education, headed by the regional directors, local government officials and staff actively implementing literacy programs, civil society organizations, including NGOs actively involved in literacy implementation, heads and members of partner academic institutions, and researchers from public and private higher educational institutions. Again, our deepest gratitude and appreciation. Also, our special thanks to our Filipino Sign Language interpreter friends. Once again, thank you very much. Some few reminders. In order to receive a certificate of participation, you are required to accomplish the online evaluation form at bit.ly/NLC eval form until 5 p.m. of September 7, 2021 only. You may also scan this QR code for the evaluation form. There, you can scan the QR code. Please take note that the distribution of certificates is targeted to be accomplished within 2 to 3 weeks from the date of its conduct. So again, the certificates will be accomplished within 2 to 3 weeks from this day. Kindly check the Council's programs and projects on literacy via LCC website at www.lcc.deped.gov.ph and follow them at their official Facebook page at https://www.facebook.com/literacy coordinating council. Once again, we appreciate everyone's active participation in this two-day conference. And to officially conclude the 2021 National Literacy Conference, I am honored to introduce to you the Director 4 of the National Economic and Development Authority, Director Girly Grace J. Casimiro Ictiben, for her closing message.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for the introduction. As a new member of the Literacy Coordinating Council, I am honored to meet all of you and give this closing message. This year's conference, as you well know, is different from the usual National Literacy Conference that most of you used to attend. This is the first time that it was delivered virtually. This conference provided each one of us the opportunity to learn from the sharing of the resource persons, the literacy practices and experiences of literacy implementers, and insights that we generously shared to the participants. These are important and useful inputs in the crafting of the appropriate interventions for literacy towards improved education. The theme of this year's conference allowed us to have a better understanding of the different distance learning modalities implemented by our education agencies during the pandemic. As more individuals are now adjusting and adapting to these modalities, the greater challenge is on ensuring that the appropriate knowledge and competencies are properly delivered and acquired by our learners. Adapting to these modalities is not easy to both the educators and the learners and the parents as well, but with greater commitment, our vision of universalizing literacy will be realized. This conference also embraces the goal of enhancing the adaptive capacities of individuals and communities to crisis, not only to the health crisis we are at the moment, but to all types of crisis. As we continuously respond to the challenges of the current crisis, it is our hope that this conference provided relevant insights and suggested actions necessary in delivering the most appropriate and sustainable literacy programs for the youth and adults. Before I end, allow me to commend and thank the resource persons and reactors, as well as the members of the Literacy Coordinating Council and its technical working group for your contributions in this two-day event. We give our special commendation to the LCC Secretariat for the excellent organization of this conference. We know it's not easy to organize a virtual conference, but you managed to do it with flying colors, and we congratulate you to that. Lastly, let me thank everyone for actively participating in this two-day conference, and we hope to see you all in the next one. Thank you and magandang araw po sa ating lahat.
Thank you very much, Director Casimiro Ictiben, for that brief but remarkable message. The LCC would like to award this certificate of recognition to Ms. Girly Grace J. Casimiro Ictiben for her meritorious role as a resource speaker in the 2021 National Literacy Conference with the theme Literacy Learning Innovations in the New Normal Towards Sustainable Development, held via MS Teams on September 6 to 7, 2021, given this 7th day of September 2021. We also would like to recognize our esteemed Master of Ceremonies for this two-day event. This certificate of recognition is awarded to Ms. Melinda T. Quinones for her meritorious role as Master of Ceremonies during the day one of the conference, and to yours truly for his meritorious role as Master of Ceremonies during the day two of the conference. Thank you for that. Also, this certificate of recognitions are also awarded to our hardworking Filipino Sign Language interpreters. Ms. Catherine Joy F. Villarreal, Ms. Noemi Lacambacan, Ms. Tess Benaventura, Ms. Casey Miroy, and Amy Gabriel S. Adiwang. For their meritorious role as sign language interpreters in the 2021 National Literacy Conference. Signed by Diosdado M. San Antonio, Undersecretary for Curriculum and Instruction and Chairperson, Literacy Coordinating Council. Congratulations to everyone. Our greatest appreciation to everyone who have actively participated and have been part of the successfully conducted 2021 National Literacy Conference. A few reminders before we end the conference. To be able to receive a certificate of participation, you have to accomplish the evaluation form posted today. And now, may we request everyone to please turn on your camera for a photo opportunity. Again, if you can, may you please open your cameras for a photo opportunity. And may we ask the LCC Secretariat to assist us with the taking of the photos. Okay, let us know if it's already been taken. All right, so I think we're done, or are we still doing some photos? Okay. So before I officially conclude the 2021 National Literacy Conference, let us all watch this presentation made by the Literacy Coordinating Council to express their greatest appreciation to all the people and organizations behind the success of this event. Again, with this, we are officially concluding the 2021 National Literacy Conference. I am Mark Louis Almario, your host for today. Have a good day.
Congratulations, congratulations. Marian, thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much po sa lahat ng aming speakers, resource persons, facilitators, guests, participants. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you po everyone. Let's enjoy the rest of the day. God bless po.
Sir Maku, maraming salamat sa uulitin.
Sir Eric?
Yes po.
Hello po. Nasend ko na po yung yung homework.
Hello po. Kumusta po kayo? Salamat po ha. 2 days talaga kayo nag-attend. Thank you very much po.
Nasend ko na po sir yung isang yung sa programs projects and then yung po sa yung frequently asked questions.
Okay. Maraming salamat po.
Nalit lang konti sir kasi ang dami rin po.
Okay, no worries po. Maraming salamat po ha. Thank you po. Ingat po kayo palagi.
Kayo din po sir.
Sa lahat po ng participants, maraming salamat din po. Ingat po kayong lahat. Thank you. Bye.